Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat datang di Fakultas Teknik Universitas Bangka Belitung. Saya Elias Gustiawan, Dekan Fakultas Teknik. Fakultas Teknik merupakan salah satu dari 5 fakultas yang ada di Universitas Bangka Belitung. Saat ini di Fakultas Teknik terdapat 10 program studi sarjana. Teknik mesin, teknik elektro, teknik pertambangan, teknik sipil. Kemudian ada program studi yang berbidang sains, kimia, fisika, dan matematika. Dan pada tahun 2022 ini ada 3 program studi sarjana baru. Perencanaan wilayah dan kota, arsitektur, dan teknologi informasi. Dan tidak lupa ada 1 program studi yang berhubungan dengan diploma, yaitu D3 Keperawatan.
Fakultas Teknik terdiri dari 43 tenaga kependidikan dan 86 pengajar dengan lulusan S2 dan S3 baik dalam negeri maupun luar negeri. Fakultas Teknik tangguh dan berinovasi.
Jurusan Teknik Mesin. Jurusan Teknik Elektro. Jurusan Teknik Pertambangan. Jurusan Teknik Sipil. Jurusan Fisika.
Jurusan Kimia.
Jurusan Matematika.
Jurusan Diploma 3 Keperawatan.
Jurusan Perencanaan Wilayah dan Kota.
Jurusan Teknologi Informasi. Jurusan Arsitektur.
Selamat datang di Universitas Bangka Belitung, sebuah kampus yang berada di kawasan strategis pada daerah yang tenang dan asri dengan luas lahan mencapai 146 hektar. Secara historis Universitas Bangka Belitung atau yang dikenal dengan UBB berdiri pada 12 April 2006 yang merupakan penggabungan dari 3 perguruan tinggi swasta, di antaranya Stiper Bangka, STTP Pahlawan 12 Bangka, dan Polman Timah. Hingga pada akhirnya tertanggal 19 November 2010, Universitas Bangka Belitung resmi menjadi perguruan tinggi negeri serta mencatatkan diri sebagai kampus terbesar di Provinsi Kepulauan Bangka Belitung. Saat ini Universitas Bangka Belitung telah memiliki 5 fakultas dengan 20 program studi. Di antaranya, Fakultas Pertanian, Perikanan, dan Biologi dengan 6 program studi, yakni Agroteknologi, Agribisnis, Aquakultur, Manajemen Sumber Daya Perairan, Ilmu Kelautan, dan Biologi. Fakultas Teknik dengan 7 program studi, yakni Teknik Sipil, Teknik Elektro, Teknik Pertambangan, Teknik Mesin, Matematika, Kimia, dan Fisika. Fakultas Ekonomi dengan 3 program studi, yakni Manajemen, Akuntansi, dan Ekonomi. Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik dengan memiliki 3 program studi, yakni Sosiologi, Ilmu Politik, Sastra Inggris. Dan Fakultas Hukum dengan program studi Hukum. Dalam upaya mendukung proses aktivitas akademik mahasiswa, UBB memfasilitasi beragam kegiatan penguatan akademik, seperti perkuliahan yang berkualitas, praktikum yang relevan dan kontekstual, magang dan kuliah lapangan, serta layanan akademik yang memungkinkan mahasiswa menyelesaikan studi dengan baik. Sementara di bidang non-akademik, UBB memfasilitasi beragam organisasi kemahasiswaan, seperti Dewan Perwakilan Mahasiswa, Badan Eksekutif Mahasiswa, Unit Kegiatan Mahasiswa, dan berbagai kegiatan yang berorientasi pada penguatan kapasitas organisatoris, teamwork, dan soft skill mahasiswa. Didukung lebih kurang 200 dosen yang telah tersertifikasi sebagai pendidik profesional, yang merupakan lulusan dari berbagai kampus ternama dalam dan luar negeri, serta lebih kurang 300 staf dan tenaga pendukung, UBB saat ini terus mengembangkan berbagai potensi kampus untuk dapat mensejajarkan diri dengan perguruan tinggi ternama lainnya. Ditopang sarana perkuliahan dalam beberapa klaster, fasilitas perkantoran yang terus dioptimalkan, fasilitas olahraga yang memadai, serta sarana pendukung yang representatif, UBB hadir sebagai kampus negeri berbiaya terjangkau dan ramah dengan kondisi finansial orang tua mahasiswa. Dengan sistem pembiayaan pendidikan berbasis atas dukungan dari berbagai pihak, UBB pun menyediakan beragam beasiswa, di antaranya beasiswa KIP kuliah, beasiswa Pemprov, beasiswa BI, beasiswa Salim, beasiswa KJMU, beasiswa Jarum, beasiswa Vivian Gordon, beasiswa internal kampus UBB, Silent Pool, serta beragam bantuan dan dukungan perkuliahan lainnya. Dalam rangka mewujudkan visi internasionalisasi, UBB terlibat dalam berbagai kerjasama internasional melalui pertukaran mahasiswa ke luar negeri, menerima mahasiswa dari luar negeri, dosen tamu dalam dan luar negeri, kerjasama antar kampus dalam dan luar negeri, serta terlibat dalam berbagai penyelenggaraan seminar dan konferensi internasional. UBB juga mengembangkan kerjasama mutual dengan berbagai lembaga dan industri, seperti pemerintah daerah, kementerian, BUMN, dan sektor swasta.
Tantangan kita ke depan adalah disrupsi teknologi dan perubahan yang sangat cepat. Universitas Bangka Belitung sedang menyiapkan diri dan insya Allah juga menyiapkan para mahasiswa untuk siap menghadapi tantangan tersebut. Di Universitas Bangka Belitung, Anda akan menemui begitu banyak proses pembelajaran yang berorientasi kepada hal-hal yang produktif untuk menghasilkan karya-karya unggul di bidang penelitian dan pengabdian kepada masyarakat. Juga tentu saja memberikan keunggulan di bidang akademik supaya teman-teman mahasiswa siap terjun ke dunia kerja dan ikut mewarnai perubahan yang cepat tersebut. UBB saat ini telah menjadi rumah belajar
Cek, cek, cek.
Ladies and gentlemen, we cordially invite you to be ready and turn on your camera during the session. Make sure that your audio is on mute mode because in a few minutes, the opening ceremony will be proceeding.
Cek. Cek.
Ladies and gentlemen, we cordially invite you to get ready and turn on your camera during the session. And make sure that your audio is on muted mode.
Udah mulai loh.
Tadi dulu. Tak klik udah. Udah jangan malam udah klik.
Testing. Assalamualaikum, selamat pagi, good morning. Oke, terima kasih.
On your camera during the session. Also make sure the audio is on muted mode because in a few moments, the opening ceremony will be proceeding. Thank you.
Bulan Oktober bulan bermakna. Agenda utama para cendekia, izinkan kami membuka acara dengan mengucapkan salam sapa. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let us pray to God because of the mercy and the blessing we can gather here in this great occasion. We do hope that everyone is in good and healthy condition. Welcome to the 4th International Conference on Green Energy and Environment with the theme Smart and Sustainable Science and Technology for Green Energy and Environment Development.
And welcome to the 6th Seminar Nasional Penelitian dan Pengabdian kepada Masyarakat SNM-PPM Faculty of Engineering Universitas Bangka Belitung with the theme Science dan Teknologi yang Handal dan Berkelanjutan untuk Pengembangan Lingkungan dan Energi Hijau. Ladies and gentlemen, this event is a 2-day event with the first day will be the ICOG conference and the next day, the 12th October, is the Seminar Nasional. It is an honor to us to inform you that among us here we have
the Honorable Rector of Universitas Bangka Belitung, Dr. Ibrahim MSI,
the Vice Rector for Academic and Students Affairs, Dr. Nizwan Zukri,
the Vice Rector for Finance and General Administration, Dr. Sri Rahayu MH,
the Vice Rector for Planning, Information Systems and Cooperation, Dr. Dwi Haryadi,
all the keynote speakers,
the Chairman of the Conference ICOG and SNM-PPM Organizing Committee,
the deans from all faculties in Universitas Bangka Belitung,
the Head of Bureau in Universitas Bangka Belitung,
the Head of Technical Service Unit in Universitas Bangka Belitung,
and all the invited and distinguished guests, presenters in this virtual room that cannot be mentioned one by one. My name is Sandi Ferianda, and my partner,
Dini Wulansari,
will be the Master of Ceremony for this opening session.
The purpose of this event is to welcome the keynote speakers and the audience, the academicians, the audiences who are interested in the green energy and environment and other related areas, as well as proliferating knowledge.
The main agendas of this event are opening, praying session, singing Indonesia National Anthem, speeches, and plenary sessions with our keynote speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin with our main agenda, let us have a moment of praying. Praying session will be led by Mr. Muhammad Kurnia, LC MAG. Mr. Muhammad Kurnia, floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bapak Ibu para peserta konferensi internasional yang berbahagia, mohon izin kami memimpin doa acara kita pada hari ini. Insya Allah doa akan kami pimpin sesuai dengan keyakinan agama Islam. Dimohon untuk yang berbeda keyakinan agar dapat menyesuaikan. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Allahumma shalli ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajma'in. Hamdan syakirin, hamdan na'imin, hamdan yuafi ni'ama yukafi mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu wa lakal syukru kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhikal karim wa azimi sultanik. Allahumma ighfir lana dhunubana wali walidina warhamhum kama rabbawna sighara wali jami'il muslimina wal muslimat wal mu'minina wal mu'minat birahmatika ya arhamar rahimin. Allahumma inna nas'aluka al-huda wat tuqa wal afaf wal ghina wa nas'aluka ilman nafi'an wa rizqan wasi'a wa amalan salihan mutaqabbala wa shifaan min kulli da'in wa saqmin birahmatika ya arhamar rahimin. Ya Allah, ya Tuhan kami, pada pagi hari ini kami melaksanakan acara konferensi internasional. Kami mohon kepadamu ya Allah, berikanlah kemudahan, kelancaran, serta keberkahan dalam acara kami ini. Jadikanlah setiap ilmu yang kami dapatkan melekat pada diri kami, kemudian bermanfaat di masa yang akan datang. Wabil khusus ilmu itulah kelak yang akan kami ajarkan kembali kepada anak-anak didik kami. Ya Allah, ya Tuhan kami, bukakanlah pintu hati kami agar dapat menerima ilmu pengetahuan sehingga kelak ke depan kami dapat mencerdaskan putra-putri bangsa Indonesia di masa yang akan datang. Ya Allah, ya Tuhan kami, jauhkanlah daripada kami bala bencana, musibah, segala hal-hal yang buruk, dan kami hanya berlindung serta berserah diri hanya kepadamu. Ya Allah, ya Tuhan kami, tidak ada kemudahan yang dapat kami rasakan kecuali kemudahan itu dari belas kasih-Mu. Maka kami mohon kepadamu ya Allah, anugerahkanlah selalu kepada kami kasih sayang-Mu, sehingga dengan bekal kasih sayang-Mu, apapun yang menjadi aktivitas kami senantiasa mendapatkan keridhaan dari Engkau ya Allah. Allahumma ja'al ijtima'ana hadha ijtima'an marhuman mubaraka wa tafarruqna min ba'dihi tafarruqan ma'suma. Allahumma la tada'lana fi maqamina hadza zamban illa ghafartah wala hamman illa farajtah wala aiban illa satartah wala maridan illa syafaitah wala taliban illa najahta wala taliban illa najahta wala taliban illa najahta wala mayyitan illa rahimta wala hajatan min hawaijid dunya wal akhirah illa qadaitaha wa yassirtaha ya rabbana ya rabbal alamin. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Wa sallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammadin nabil ummi wa ala alihi wa sahbihi baraka wa sallam. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Taqabbalallahu minkum. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much for the praying, Mr. Muhammad Kurnia.
The second agenda is singing Indonesia National Anthem. We would like to invite all of the guests sit properly. Thank you very much. The next agenda is hearing the speeches. As the host of this event, the chairman of this conference is going to deliver the first speech. We would like to invite Mr. Sudi, PhD. The floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wa bihi nasta'inu ala umurid dunya waddin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi washabihi ajma'in. All praise is due to Allah, the Lord of the world, the master of the creator of everything in the universe, for enabling us to meet together in this conference. Peace and salutation be upon the noble prophet of Islam, Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and his household, his companions, and his faithful followers until the end of the time. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Suhdi. I am the chairman of this conference. First of all, on behalf of the conference committee, I would like to welcome all of you to our conference. The 4th International Conference on the Green Energy and Environment, or we call it ICOGI, and the 6th Seminar Nasional Penelitian Pengabdian pada Masyarakat, or we call it SNPPM 2022. Thank you for being here online with us today. Also, especially for the Honorable Rector Bangka Belitung University, with humility, I beg you to give speech and at the same time to open this conference today. The Honorable Dean Engineering of Faculty of Bangka Belitung University, and all keynote speaker in this international conference, Professor Hadi Susanto from Khalifah University, Uni Arab Emirates, Professor Misli Gozan, Vice President of IFUB Indonesia from Indonesia University, Associate Professor Diogenes Armando Pasqua, PhD, from the University of Science and Technology of Southern Philippines, and Mr. Cricket Sasiwi Monrit, PhD, from Raja Mangala University of Technology, Lana, Thailand. Thank you so much for your coming today. Ladies and gentlemen, this event is annual activities that held by the Engineering Faculty of Bangka Belitung University. These activities will be last 2 days, where the first days is for the 4th ICOGI activities, and continue on the second days for the 6th SNPPM activities. The theme in this conference is Smart and Sustainable Science and Technology for the Green Energy and Environment Development. The ICOGI is designed with the 3 topics consisting of the first subtopic that could be developed according to innovation context based on the seminar participation idea. There are 3 main topics. The first one is green energy and application. The second one, environmental science and technology. And the third one is energy environment management. And I am proud to announce that in this year, we set it around 88 papers to be presented in the 4th ICOGI and 30 papers in the 6th SNPPM. And I inform you that our participation come from the few countries, including Indonesia, Taiwan, Republic of China, the Philippines, Japan, China, and the UK. As you attend this event, I do hope you are not only presenting, but also can make connection with each other. So I'm looking forward to hearing a discussion from you all in the session for these 2 days. Your participation is very much appreciated. And last, I do like to say thank you very much to the entire committee of the 4th ICOGI and the SNPPM who had work preparing this conference with good job. Once more, thank you very much. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Sudi, for the speech.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next speech will be delivered by Director of Universitas Bangka Belitung, as well as to officially commence the conference.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Barokah, we always in a good, healthy, and merciful. Today, I'm really happy to welcome you all in the conference entitled ICOG 2022 in the topics of smart and sustainable science and technology for green energy and environmental development. Actually, this is the fourth conference that organized by Engineering Faculty, Bangka Belitung University. That's why I'm really happy to welcome you all and congratulate to all participants and speakers in the conference. There are so many participants that already registered in the session and also the speaker. They are Professor Hadi Susanto from Khalifa University, UAE. There is also from Misri Gozan, Vice President of AFOP Indonesia, and also Associate Professor Diogenes Armando Pascua from the University of Science and Technology of Southern Philippines, and also Kerkiat Sasiwi Mondrit from Raja Mangala University of Technology, Lana, Thailand. Ladies and gentlemen, at least there are two subtopics on this conference actually. First is the green energy, and the second is environmental issues. The two subtopics is really relevant in the contemporary debate. Actually, green energy, as we understand, that become as the sensitive topics when we face the limited of fossil energy. You know that our fossil energy start to be gone, and all slow but sure we will have a problem how to extract and also how to distribute in fairly and proportional policy. In the same time, ladies and gentlemen, we have a problem to anticipate the impact of pollution, industrial sectors, and also the environmental issues. It's not avoided when we have to discuss more the theory, the vision, and the dynamics of alternative energy, as we will have discussed today. I do hope that through this conference, many studies on green energy will be discussed and also published as the sensitive issues for the public interest. Also this conference. In this conference, the issue on environmental issues will be discussed also. The topics is always become as the dilemma issue, both in theoretical and practical perspective, including in Bangka Belitung issues. The natural resources is always become as the part of discussion between the economic growth and also in environment. We have this kind of hard discussion, which one is important between the economic growth and also the extraction of natural resources. You know that the economic growth is really important as the part of development, not only of the state, but also of the public, of the people interest. But we realize that the crisis of environment is the sensitive debate. who should take the responsibility, how much the cost, how to solve, and who get the benefit and the risk are always become as the hot issues. I think you will discuss it in many perspective. Well, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Bangka Belitung University, allow me to thanks to the committee led by Pak Suhdi and all the team for organizing the conference very well. I congratulate also for all participants and thanks for joining the conference. Special thanks for the Dean of Faculty of Engineering, Pak Eliwas Kustiawan, and the Vice of Dean, Pak Fardan. Thanks for organizing this conference also. With basmalah, bismillahirrahmanirrahim, let's start our conference today. Jalan-jalan ke Pulau Bangka, mampir sebentar ke Batu Rusa. Selamat berkonferensi untuk kita semua. Saiko Jikren memang luar biasa. That's all. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ibrahim, for the speech. I think welcoming speech from Director of Universitas Bangka Belitung.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is the high time for us to listen to the plenary sessions of this conference. To lead this session, we would kindly invite Mr. Bob Morrison Sigalingging, whom the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Dini Ulansari and also Mr. Sandi Ferianda as our masters of ceremony this morning. So, ladies and gentlemen, before we start our plenary session, I would like to make sure that all presenters and participants have a nice seat and have enjoy your own meal, maybe because this is online conference. Yeah, actually try to make yourself as enjoyable as you can. So, ladies and gentlemen, our seminar is about to begin. And thank you very much for preparing yourself to join our seminar, especially our plenary sessions. The Honorable, all presenters and participants of this seminar, I am Bob Morrison Sigalinggi, the moderator of today's seminar. I am very pleased to see you here and welcome all of you to this plenary session. Yeah. Today, we are going to have 4 keynote speakers. The first is Professor Hadi Susanto from Khalifah University. United Arab Emirates, yeah. And after that, the second keynote speaker will be Professor Dr. Insinyur Misri Gozan, MTech IPU, yeah, from University of Indonesia and also Vice President of AVO. Next, the third presenter will be Associate Professor Diogenes Armando Pasqua, yeah, from University of Science and Technologies, Southern Philippines. And our last keynote speaker will be Mr. Krerkiat Sasiwi Monri, yeah, from University of Raja Mangala, yeah, Raja Mangala. So, ladies and gentlemen, before we begin to our first keynote speaker, I'd like to make sure all of you already follow the rule of our plenary session. Yeah. The first, each speakers will be given 30 minutes to present their own topics, and after that, it will be continued by question and answer sessions for at least 10 minutes. And for those who wants to ask questions, please follow the official format provided by the committee on your Zoom account. Please follow the format initials followed by name and then institution and questions. Yeah, I believe that all participants or all presenters and participants already read the rule of our plenary sessions this morning. Yeah. So for the very first speaker here, I'd like to check the availability of our Professor Hadi Susanto. Good morning, Professor. Not yet. Oh, okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, it seems that Professor Hadi Susanto hasn't joined us this morning, so it will be better if we continue to the next speaker to start our plenary session this morning. So I will invite Professor Dr. Insinyur Mistry Gozan from University of Indonesia. Good morning, Professor Mistry. Professor Gozan.
Good morning. Is it clear, my sound, my voice?
Okay, it's audible, Professor. Yeah. Okay. How are you, Professor? How are you, bro?
So it's my time now?
Yeah, because Professor Hadi Susanto hasn't joined us.
Okay.
Oh, okay. So still the very first speaker is Professor Susanto. Okay. We apologize, Prof. Mistry. There is a miscommunication. Yeah. Actually, Prof. Hadi Susanto as our first speaker.
No problem.
But
He's there?
He's still doing salat itu ya. Yeah. He's still doing salat. So we apologize for that, yeah, Prof. Mistry Gozan, yeah, for our misunderstanding. So we are still waiting for Professor Susanto, yeah. Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, we are still waiting for Prof. Hadi Susanto to begin the plenary session. Yeah.
No problem.
He's still doing salat. So prayer. So
because of the time difference, I think.
I beg your pardon. Okay, so let's
No problem.
wait for him for a while. Thank you.
No problem.
Okay. Good morning, Professor Hadi Susanto from Indonesia for meeting.
Good morning.
Okay. Am I audible to you, Prof?
I'm sorry?
Can you hear my voice?
Say it again, please. Hello? Can you hear me?
Because I still cannot hear your voice clearly.
Can you hear me now or still not clear?
Okay. Thank you, Prof. So, ladies and gentlemen, Professor Hadi Susanto is okay. Check. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Hadi Susanto is from Khalifa University, Abu Dhabi campus, United Arab Emirates. Let me introduce him of his short resume as our very first keynote speaker this morning. Professor Susanto now becomes professor in Khalifa University from 2020 until present. And is also the professor of applied mathematics, University of Essex in from 2019 to 2022. And in Institut Teknologi Bandung, Indonesia from 2018 to present, he becomes adjunct professor. Yeah. Now, his recognitions includes elected honorary member, the Physical Society of Uzbekistan, April 2011. He is also world-class professors program fellow, Ministry of Research, Technology, and Higher Education, Governments of Republic of Indonesia, 2016 to 2019. His gained Ganesha Prize from Institut Teknologi Bandung, Best Student, in August 2000. So he's also become the editors of Mathematics, Special Issue Mathematical Methods in Nonlinear Waves and Dynamical Systems from 2019 to 2020, and also Optical and Quantum Electronics 2019 till present, Communication in Biomathematical Sciences 2017 until present. And for his supervision,
postdoc Nian Qiang Li, 2016 until 2018, joined with Michael Adams and Ian Henning. Professor Susanto also have experience in selecting research grant. Yeah. For example, in July 2022 until December 2025, or now, he gains competitive internal research awards, Khalifa University, entitled Building Next Generation Orbit Propagation and Analysis Capabilities. Yeah. With Fantino and Adi Susanto. Faculty Startup Grant, also from the same university, Khalifa University, entitled Machine Learning for Dynamical Systems Analysis, July 2021 until June 2023. Research and COVID-19 Innovation Consortium, Indonesia Ministry of Research and Technology and Ministry of Finance, Indonesian COVID-19 Mathematical Modeling Simulations and Applications, September 2020 until September 2021, with Nur Aini, P.W. Lestari, and Putri. And the last one is EPS-RC, Spin Space, Partially Encoded Telecoms and Quantum Technologies using Spinable or Optical Switching, April 2015 until March 2018, Essex, Ian Henning, Adi Susanto, Adams, and Balkan from Bristol, Alton. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, to save our time, I welcome Professor Hadi Susanto to present his paper for approximately 30 minutes entitling Mathematics and Plankton Dynamics. Yeah. Professor Susanto, the floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you. Can you clearly hear me? Can you hear me, or it's still not clear?
Yes, yes.
Okay, good. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. I would like to begin with thanking the organizer for the kind invitation to be here, joining you virtually from Abu Dhabi. And also I would like to thank the participants of this very nice conference for joining me early morning to hear my talk. And as the moderator who has kindly introduced me with a very long introduction, I would like to mention that my background is mathematics. I'm a mathematician, and this topic that I will be presenting to you is one part of my research, and it will be touching very moderately on biology. So for those in the audience who are familiar with biology or biologists themselves, I would like to apologize if there is any incorrect information that that I present in this talk, that you find in this talk. So as mentioned by the moderator, my talk will be about mathematics and plankton dynamics, and you can guess from the title that it is going to give you a brief review of one example of the role of mathematics in plankton dynamics. And in particular, what I will be talking is actually, just 1 second. What I will be talking about is related to the so-called phytoplankton bloom. Okay, where what you see here is, this is actually a lake in the US, in the United States, and what we see is that there is a bloom, which means that there is an explosion of population of phytoplankton. And we will be talking about one example of mathematics, the role of mathematics, where we will try to explain why such a bloom exists, happen, and what can we use from the information that mathematics can provide. And my talk is actually based on 2 research papers that have been published a while ago, and it's based on a collaboration with my PhD students and also collaborators from the University of Essex. So my talk will be based on the following outlines. We will start with the so-called dimethyl sulfide, what is that? And also before even DMS, we will be talking about what is a phytoplankton, and then where DMS come from. And then we will start with modeling using the so-called ordinary differential equations, which basically explained the temporal dynamics of phytoplankton. However, because of the time limit, I don't think I will be able to talk about PDE's model, the partial differential equation modeling phytoplankton dynamics. Okay. What I'm going to talk about is actually about phytoplankton. And what is a phytoplankton? Phytoplankton, from the words, is a plankton, and because of its characteristic, so phytoplankton is basically it's not really a plant, but it's plants because they can produce oxygen in the air, and actually about almost 50% of our oxygen in the air comes from the sea. Okay, and one of the types of plankton is actually phytoplankton, and for us human beings, we talk to each other. We talk to communicate. We communicate with each other through gesture, can be verbal communication, can be verbal communication. Basically, we communicate with our own way. Now, the question is how planktons in the sea communicate with each other. And actually, such communication is through the so-called DMS, dimethyl sulfide, which is actually chemicals released by phytoplankton to its surrounding. Okay, and so this DMS or chemical interactions actually strongly affect population structure, community organization, and ecosystem function. So these chemicals are really the way organisms in the sea communicate with each other. Okay, now specifically for DMS, dimethyl sulfide, actually is a volatile trace gas, and when we go to the beach, and usually we say that it's a fresh air, it's the smell of the sea, that actually DMS that we breathe in. And so flux to the atmosphere is part of the composition in the air, and then DMS here predominantly produced by marine phytoplankton. And as we mentioned before, that infochemicals, we use the word infochemicals because basically it's that chemicals that are used to communicate, giving information to each other. And the roles of infochemicals are very, very broad and very important. For example, if you wish, you could check in these references where the smell of the sea, this DMS, can be used by animals to find food. Okay, so seagulls, for example, when we go to the beach and see the sea and see seagulls flying around in a certain area, that's not necessarily because they can see a sort of fish in the sea, but it is also possible that because they smell a high concentration of DMS, okay, and then they just concentrate their search for food only in that area of space. And then also sea lions, penguins, and also sea turtles. They basically use DMS to communicate. And then what we are going to study now is actually the role of infochemicals here, DMS here, in the interaction with other small organisms. Okay, so this one is the role of DMS in interaction with zooplankton. So we have phytoplankton, which behaves like the plant. And now what we are going to study is the effect of phytoplankton on zooplankton. So zooplankton is like the animal's part. And I could also give you a bit of information that infochemicals, chemicals that convey information between organisms, actually there are different types. The first one is pheromones, where basically if an organism releases DMS or infochemicals, then basically the chemicals attract other animals from the same species, or not necessarily the same species, but it's attracting chemicals.
Kemudian itu saya yakin bahwa Bapak Ibu selalu disibukkan dengan hal-hal yang namanya berkesan.
Sorry, can someone? Thank you. And then we have also pheromones, where basically the chemicals, the release chemicals, they push other organisms away.
You can go on, Prof. Mute.
Okay, so, and then deterrence, where basically chemicals release chemicals actually to push away predators. So the difference is that pheromones are released by predators to push prey away, while deterrents are released by prey to push away predators. And then there's also chemoattractants, where basically your the released chemicals attract predators to come. Okay. And then, as I mentioned before, what we are going to study now is actually the interaction of what we are going to study is actually the effect or the role of infochemicals in this tritrophic interaction. So there are three kinds of interactions. The first one is phytoplankton. And then the second one is microzooplankton. So phytoplankton here, as we mentioned before, actually microzooplankton here, zooplankton is the animal part, and phytoplankton is the plant part. Microzooplankton eats phytoplankton. And then from eating phytoplankton, microzooplankton releases infochemicals. And these infochemicals give signal to a bigger organism called copepods. So this copepod here will eat microzooplankton, which means that the infochemicals released by zooplankton has negative effect on itself, while on the other way, because copepods eat microzooplankton, so basically the chemicals that the zooplankton release has positive effect on the phytoplankton. Okay, so the same chemicals, which is the DMS released by microzooplankton, can have a positive or negative impact depending on which part of the interaction. Okay, so our systems is now reduced into interaction of these three kinds of organisms: phytoplankton, microzooplankton, and copepod. Now, what is the importance of studying this interaction? As we mentioned before, for example, copepods here are food for fishes. Okay, so basically, the more copepods we have, basically it can be good for fishermen, for human being, and also it's the effect of the climate change. So basically, when DMS, dimethyl sulfide, release into the air, it can stick to the clouds and then prevent dangerous parts of the light, the sunlight, to come to the earth, which means that DMS can control the climate of the ground, the earth. Okay, so DMS can be a good thing to have in the air. So we have seen there are several advantages of having DMS, and also the interaction of DMS in our daily life, how it affects us. So after that, now we come to, I would jump directly to the mathematical models that we derived together to model the interaction between the organisms I mentioned before. So apologies for those in the audience who are not familiar with calculus, with differential equations, but I promise I think this will be sort of the only slide I have with mathematics. What we have here, P means phytoplankton. So basically this equation models the dynamics of phytoplankton. And then M models microzooplankton. Okay. Now the phytoplankton, because it's like a plant, so it can reproduce its own food, and because of that, mathematically we have this growth model, which basically it can grow by itself. However, it is limited by the amount of their species, of their population in the ocean. Okay, so this term here, minus P over K here, expresses the limitation of phytoplankton. So phytoplankton cannot grow infinitely many. Why? What is the limitation? For example, the sunlight. Yeah, how much light can enter the sea. So if the surface of the water is full of phytoplankton, so basically it's going to limit the population itself. And then we have this term which models the interaction between phytoplankton and microzooplankton. There is a negative sign here, which means that the phytoplankton was eaten by microzooplankton. And then the how fast and how much is the consumption is limited by the denominators. I mean, if there are abundant of phytoplanktons, basically the microzooplankton cannot just eat all of them. Okay, so this is indicated by the saturable, it's called saturable type of nonlinearity. So we see that the ability to consume phytoplankton is limited by some maximum coefficient G. And then microzooplankton eats phytoplankton, but not all of them is converted into population of microzooplankton. So that's why we have gamma here. Okay, and then so this gamma here is the effectivity of the conversion from microzooplankton eats phytoplankton, and then how much of the consumption is converted into population of microzooplankton. And then this term is the mortality of microzooplankton, and this also shows the absence of DMS. And then the last term here, this indicates the consumption of microzooplankton by copepods. So this term here represents that the zooplankton was eaten by copepods. Okay, so that's the models that we derived. Now we are going to see the behavior of the model. The first one is that when there is no DMS, what does it mean? It means that if the microzooplankton, the animal part, did not release DMS, then what happens is that it's going to be just a periodic dynamics here. So the phytoplankton and the microzooplankton, they will just oscillate in time. Okay, so the population of phytoplankton and microzooplankton will just oscillate in time. When the phytoplankton is increasing in population, then of course it will be followed by the increment of the if the phytoplankton, the green one, increase in time, then it will be followed by the increment of the microzooplankton. And because the microzooplankton is increasing, so the consumption of phytoplankton is higher, then the phytoplankton will decrease. And because the food is disappearing, is gone, then of course it will be followed by the decrement of the microzooplankton, which is quite natural. And then if there is a release of DMS, okay, if the microzooplankton release a DMS, then what happens is that because of the release, so DMS is released, then it will attract copepods. Then what happens is that it will, so the dynamics of the organisms will go to a certain equilibrium point. Okay, so it'll go to a certain equilibrium point. If you start with a small amount of microzooplankton, then what happens is that the population of the microzooplankton will go to a fixed number. And now this is what is interesting. That is that if we have a certain amount of DMS, if the amount of DMS released by microzooplankton is in the mid-range, then what happens is that we have two different dynamics. The first dynamics is when our microzooplankton and the phytoplankton goes to an equilibrium point, but this one is quite similar to what we had before. Okay, so this one is the microzooplankton control. The amount or the population of phytoplankton is normal. However, we also observe the second case now, which is the interesting part of the model, the one we were interested in, namely the amount of microzooplankton, the animal part, is the same in these two cases. However, look at the amount of phytoplankton. Here is only about 5 of units, whatever unit is, or that unit. However, here in the second case, we can have 60, like 10 times higher. So in the second case here, the amount of phytoplankton was very large. So there is an explosion of the population of phytoplankton. So the second part here is the phytoplankton bloom that we saw in real life. And then the higher DMS we have, if the microzooplankton has a higher or release more DMS, dimethyl sulfide, then we will have this phytoplankton bloom. Okay? The main difference is that in the previous case, it was possible to have 2 cases, two possible conditions. One with controlled phytoplankton, and the second one is the bloom. But when the high DMS is occurring, then what happens is that we have only phytoplankton bloom. And this just to explain what we just saw before. So new here is representing DMS, the infochemicals released by microzooplankton. You see that in the beginning, when only a small amount of DMS released, then what happened is that we have a periodic oscillation between the microzooplankton and phytoplankton. But when DMS is in the mid-range, we have only phytoplankton controlled. However, there is a critical value here. There is a critical value where now we have 2 cases. The top part here, this is the phytoplankton bloom that we were looking for, that we want to model. And then I think because of the time limit, I'm going to just skip. So just come to this part here, where basically the phytoplankton bloom, okay, let me repeat what is a phytoplankton bloom, where you have a lake or you have a sea and it's just covered by phytoplankton, so everything is green. That happens in parameter values in the shaded region here. So in this interval, when your system happens to be in this interval, in this region, okay, then what happens is that there will be an explosion of phytoplankton bloom. In Indonesia, I was told that plankton bloom can be dangerous, can have a negative impact. So even though I showed that we have a positive impact of having DMS, but phytoplankton bloom itself can have a negative impact. I was told by a lecturer from Brawijaya University, from the Department of Biology, that in one of the a dam in Malang, I can't remember which one, that when phytoplankton bloom occurs, then basically they can kill fish. Okay.
Prof. Susanto?
Yes.
Sorry for interrupting. Your time remains 5 minutes.
Oh, I see. Okay. Okay then. Oh, then okay. Then I think I'm in good shape. Yeah. So so I was told that in Malang, so when this phytoplankton bloom occurs, it can kill fish, and even there was an accident because of phytoplankton bloom. So fish the fishes in the river were dead and decomposed under the water, and because of the decomposition, they released a gas in the air, and the gas here could knock out people who pass by. I was told that's to ever happened once in Malang. So I hope I can convince you that studying this phytoplankton bloom can be quite important and crucial for our well-being. Okay, so depending on the situation, whether we observe that this phytoplankton is having a positive impact or negative impact, basically mathematically from our modeling point of view, that will happen in this shaded region. Okay, so we have to avoid this shaded region if you want to avoid phytoplankton bloom. But if you want to have a bloom for fishes, for example, or yeah, then we might want to be in the shaded region. Okay, so I guess I have 3 minutes left. I think yeah, good time now. So what we have studied, I already introduced you to the concept of dimethyl sulfides, which is a kind of infochemical, used in the communication or released by microzooplankton when they consume phytoplankton, and the consumption or the release of DMS here can have a positive impact on negative interaction, positive interaction to the phytoplankton, but has a negative impact on the microzooplankton, and this can explain what happens with phytoplankton bloom. Okay, and unfortunately, I don't think I will have enough time to go into the spatio-temporal dynamics, but just to give you a brief idea what is the third part here about. So in the second part, if we consider a lake or a sea, then in the second part, in the part that we just discussed, we view the lake or the sea as just a single point. Okay, just a single point. While in the second part, sorry, in this PDE's part, we try to view the effect of the spatial dependence, because the lake or the sea has dimension, has space. It's not just a single point. So in the second part here, we or in the third part that I can't present to you, is basically how to see the effect of dispensing the dimension of the sea or the lake and etc. Okay, so I hope I can convince you that mathematics can have an important role in our daily life. And in this talk, one example is in modeling plankton dynamics in the water, either in the lake or in the sea, to explain dynamics of phytoplankton in interaction with microzooplankton and copepods that can be food for fish. So thank you very much for your attention, and I finish my presentation. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Prof. Susanto, for giving us a fruitful information regarding plankton dynamics and also in terms of math. Yeah, Prof. So now it's time for question and answer sessions. It will be conducted for more or less 10 minutes. And I invite presenters and participants who wants to ask questions to Professor Susanto regarding the topics he already delivered to us. Yeah, you can raise your hand to ask the questions directly to Prof. Susanto, or you may write your questions on the chat box. Okay. While we are waiting for the questioners, professors, I wondered that how many locations involved in your research, Prof?
Thank you for the question. So at the moment, our study is mainly theoretical. We did not use any experimental data yet. However, our colleagues in the Department of Biology at the University of Essex, they use samples from the lake, and then they observe the interaction between the organisms under microscope. So the observation is under the microscope. So it's more, so far the experimental data is on the microscopic level. Yeah, we have not compared the data with what happens in a lake or in the sea, for example.
Okay, Professor, now we have the first questioners here. Mr. Gus Karnali from Universitas Bangka Belitung. He asks you, what are your reasons for doing this research? What are your reasons for doing this research, Prof?
Depends. On the ideal side, it's just it's a fun thing to do research, and this particular question also is of my interest. But if you want to sell to a funding body, if you want to get funded, and you have to tell them why this is important, including, like, for example, how or what is the importance of DMS in our well-being. As I mentioned before, can be a food for fish, can control climate change, and so on and so forth.
Okay, Mr. Gus Karnali, is it clear? Explanation from Professor Susanto, or you want to add any response? Please active your microphone. You are allowed to do that. Okay, clear, Prof. Thank you, Mr. Gus Karnali. Okay, is there any questions from other participants or presenters? Especially those who are accessing same topics, objects, or perhaps discipline, like what Professor Susanto conducts in his research. We are still waiting for another questions, Prof. So actually, does this research already finished or still in process?
There are many questions still to be answered. So basically, it's far from finished. So we are still continuing our research. Yeah, so at the moment, I don't have any PhD students working on topic yet. But basically, the problem is very interesting, and so there are still many questions to be answered.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Prof, for your answers. So, ladies and gentlemen, if there is no questions delivered to Professor Susanto, I think it's time for continuing our discussion to the next keynote speakers. But before that, allow me to summarize what already delivered by Professor Susanto. Ladies and gentlemen, microzooplankton, copepods, and phytoplankton form an important three-topic food web system, as Professor Susanto stated, where grazing and predation are mediated by the release of infochemicals such as dimethyl sulfate or DMS. Yeah, it's crucial to understand the dynamics of this plankton system, as they form the basis of larger marine food webs, including fish, seabirds, and marine mammals. And DMS can form cloud condensation nuclei, leading to an important role in climate regulation. So, ladies and gentlemen, to end our first plenary session, so I would like to thank to Professor Susanto for your amazing research and presentation. Hopefully, it will contribute to the advancements of our education, especially in math and plankton dynamics. Yeah, Prof. Thank you very much, Prof. Susanto, once again. So, ladies and gentlemen, today we will move to our second keynote speakers, Professor Misri Gozand. Professor Gozand, can you hear my voice?
Oh, yes, sorry, I still mute. Okay. Can you hear me now?
Okay.
Can you hear me now or?
Okay, I would like to check once again, Prof. Can you hear my voice?
Yes, I can hear very clear.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, Professor Misri Gozand is from University of Indonesia. Before we start our discussion, Prof, let me read a little bit about your resume. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Gozand is professor from University of Indonesia. His specialty is chemistry, yeah, and he graduated from postdoctorate program at King Saud University, Riyadh, Saudi Arabia in 2000 and 2010. And he has many international experiences, but I will not read all because of our time limit. From 2018 until now, he is the chairman executive committee of IABEE PII. From 2016 until 2019, he became a visiting lecturer in Chonnam University, Busan University, and Seoul National University in South Korea, Tokyo UAT, and Shizuoka University in Japan. From 2010 until 2020, he becomes vice president of IFOB, and I think he has his business incubator and chemical English lab in King Saudi University Riyadh from 2009 until 2010. For his national experience, he becomes Ketua Lembaga Akreditasi Mandiri Teknik or LAMTeknik from 2020 until now. From 2018 until now, he is Majelis Penilai Insinyur Kimia PII. He is also anggota Majelis Pendidikan Al Irsyad Al Islamiyah, and he is also founder, ya, pendiri dan pengasuh Pondok Pesantren Al Husna in Bogor, West Java. His publication, ya, he has Index 9 Scopus, Index 21 for Google Scholars, and more than 109 Scopus Index journal and proceeding articles. He possesses 8 books published by national publisher and also international publisher, such as Erlangga, Kompas Gramedia, Cuvillier from Germany, UI Press, University of Indonesia Press, and 1 book published by himself. And the books which are in processing of publication, entitled Oil Producing Plant, Wiley. It's published in January 2022. Trajektori Guru Besar UI, menyongsong 100
Nggak
tahun
usah dibaca
Indonesia
semua kali ya, Pak.
Okay, Prof. Okay, so yeah, because Professor Gozan has many experiences. Okay, so it makes me actually amazing, Prof. Okay, now Professor Gozan will deliver his academic research, Prof, yeah, and entitled Fungal and Enzymatic Pre-Treatment of Oil Palm Solid Waste. Yeah, Professor Gozan, you will be given 30 minutes to present and all informations of your research, and after that, question and answer sessions for more or less 10 minutes. Prof, time's yours.
Thank you, moderators, for a nice introduction. Can you hear my voice very clearly, or is it?
Sure.
Okay, because I had a problem in the beginning with my headphone, so I don't use my headphone now. So please allow me to to share my PowerPoint. So I would like to introduce part of the works that we have been doing in my research lab, and also with cooperation with others, such as from Malaysia and from Thailand, that we have a joint research cooperation with them. So today I would like to talk about the fungal and enzymatic pretreatment of oil palm solid waste. I'm from a chemical engineering department, Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Indonesia. And yeah, before I discussing about the fungal and enzymatic pretreatment, I would like to emphasize the importance of doing this, especially for Indonesia and also especially for Bengkulu and Sumatra, because we have a lot of palm oil industries there. Today, the Indonesia and Malaysia accounted for more than 80% of the world's production of palm oil in the world. So Indonesia only has about, Indonesia alone has 16.38 million hectares. So I heard that's almost 70 nowadays. That was in just 2019, and up. So a lot of, this is a huge area of plantation, and Malaysia is about 5 to 6 million hectares. So the growing industries are clearly shown in this figure. If you see it here, Indonesia surpassing the Malaysia in 2005. So Malaysia and Indonesia alone had about 80%. You can see this now. Indonesia now has been the largest palm oil since 2009. We recorded about more than 40 metric tons. Sorry, this is million tons. Sorry, not metric tons. 42 million tons of crude palm oil, or CPO. So this is it's about 60% of the oil palm production in the world. So Malaysia produces about 26%. So together makes more than 80%. So we see the others here, players like Thailand, Colombia, Nigeria, and others. And now we also see that the growing industries in Africa is about the palm oil. Actually, the palm oil comes from Africa in the beginning, but Indonesia and Malaysia has grown it very, very well in our lands. So the world consumption is about is increased about 8.7% for the consecutive years. The consumption in 2020 about 74 million tons. So this is million, not metric. Sorry, just typo. The international palm oil export recorded very high amount. So by this picture, I just want to say that mostly we do the palm oil production not only for Indonesia but also for all the world, only for the consumption. So I think with the changings in the world and the increasing number of the palm oil land or plantation, we have to think differently. So we don't have not to rely on only for the consumption, because the consumption may change. We have to diversify our production. So why? So we have to see now what is the big picture of the production of palm oil and the waste that it will generate from 1% from each of, for example, 100% of fresh fruit bunch. So sorry if are you still in with my, because it say here unstable so I just want to can you see my
Yes, your slide, bro.
Are you
your slide?
Are you still with my sorry,
Yeah,
because
course,
I see here
your slide
unstable. Just a minute. I will close my video so it will be better. Yes, now you see my slide here.
Yes, bro, clear. It's clear.
Sorry for this inconvenient interruption. Yeah, you can see the product and waste now here.
Yes, bro. Perfect.
Okay, good. Yeah. So if 100% of it's okay. So this is easier to count it from the fresh fruit bunch, because the palm oil industries count on the fresh fruit bunch, FFB. So 100% of FFB result in about 30% of it to the to the crude palm oil. Actually, this is the oil, fry oil. This is not palm oil, crude palm oil. But to make it easier, it's mostly crude palm oil goes into the fry oil. So in the same, almost the same amount, it generates empty fruit bunch, which is a solid waste, and also other waste here. The most the most goes to the most waste are generated to the empty fruit bunch and the palm press fiber here. And also there are some other like chaff, palm oil kernel cell, etc. And we know here is also the palm oil meal effluent or POME. But let's concentrate on the lignocellulosic material. First, we see the waste from palm oil. The solid waste usually consists of cellulose with 20 to 50% of the cellulose, and then lignin 15 to 50%, and then hemicellulose, and the rest is ash. So let's move. What do the people do with this? The solid waste usually goes to the boiler fuel, the fertilizer, composting, like we see here. The boiler for is a co-combustion with the to prepare the steam, etc. So, but this is only 10% of the solid waste. So, what are the problems with the 90%? So, let's see here. Let's imagine if we not doing this, what can we do? For example, we can do the pepper pulp. So there are now a lot of industries doing this. This is from oil palm front. We can do also the bioethanol, but of course there are a lot of studies saying that bioethanol and butanol, those are very nice to hear, but economically not feasible at this moment. But we can see in the future with the high added value compounds, gallic acid, phenolic acid, quercetin, which is a very good antioxidants here. And also we could do a more, maybe less economic value with a biochar or bio-oil here. Then we could also extract the bio-oil to more higher to the higher added value chemicals. So this is just a quick background to what should we do with the palm oil waste and why we should do the pretreatment. So let's move. There are a lot of pretreatment methods, but the objective here is to answer why we should do the biomass pretreatment. The biomass pretreatment is to remove lignin and modify the cellular structure to make it more accessible for enzymes or chemicals, and the further processing of this into the chemicals or high added value chemicals. Why we don't do the physical and chemical pretreatment? Those are very nice and effective and rapidly degrade recalcitrant biomass. You know that lignin, hemicellulose, and cellulose are bound in a very recalcitrant, so it is not easy to even to cut it. It's not easy. So using physical and chemical pretreatment are very attractive for industrial application nowadays, but it's also have a hindrance. For example, it requires high energy, it's corrosion resistant, high pressure reactor, and also extensive washing, which then increase the pretreatment costs. It also can release toxic substances which might affect downstream processes such as microbial fermentation. For example, if we do the chemical pretreatment with the acid, high acid, then it can produce hydroxymethylfurfural, also furfural, and also others that can kill the bacteria or the fungus. If we would like to do or yeast, if we would like to do the fermentation for ethanol, for example, so it can jeopardize the fermenter. So it's also jeopardized the environment before we release them to the environment. So, sorry, this is now okay, now, Biological pretreatment, sorry, there's a typo here, is an alternative pretreatment for a greener and cleaner technology and has become a new interest among researchers. And biological pretreatment has several advantages over physical, such as greater substrate and reaction specificity, because the enzyme is very specific. It's a lower energy requirements because it doesn't need a very high temperature. So it can work in the room temperature, for example, and it less environmental issues, of course. Even we can do it together, combined with the farmer to produce something. I will show you later on in my end part of my presentation, and it can produce higher yields of the desired products. So, yeah. So I think I am going to express a little bit, but this is carried out by growing microorganism directly onto biomass feedstock or using their enzyme. So we can change, we can select between using microorganism directly or using their products, which are enzymes. This process is beneficial, especially for the environment, and its byproducts do not inhibit the subsequent saccharidification process in the fermentation. And disadvantages of biological pretreatment, of course, there are long incubation time is a major drawback. Losses of carbohydrates due to the degradation and catabolism of cellulose and hemicellulose by the microbial cells. So look here, these are biomass here, not necessarily palm oil. The biomass can do the biological pretreatment. We can end up with cellulose, hemicellulose, and lignin. Either we do it by microorganism or by using the enzyme. So there are microorganisms and enzyme involved in biological pretreatment. There are two strategies here. First is to develop an enzyme cocktail, because we know that in the cellulose itself, and also if even if we don't edit the lignin and we don't edit the hemicellulose, in cellulose itself, there are a lot of enzyme that we need. We just say cellulase, but actually we need a lot of it. And we different type of cellulases. And if we do want to degrade the others, or we want to do the decomposition to glucose residues, we can make an enzyme cocktail. This is basically selected enzymes. We put it together to increase the performance of the degradation of the composition. So the biggest industries in the world nowadays are this Genencor International and Novozymes. They are very, very famous of the enzyme. And the second strategy is to enhance strains through genetic modification and bioprocesses. This is what we have seen in many literatures, but of course this is very expensive and a lot of things to do, not to mention the focal of the sounds from the environmentalists or those who are very not very familiar or not very in favor to the genetic modification. So let's move. What is the enzyme cocktail? Enzyme cocktail, basically, we know that the substrate biomass characterization, there are a lot of things, and then we do we have to do the bioprospecting of microbes before we optimize the enzyme cocktail itself. A lot of things to consider, like economicals, whether it's stable or not, and whether they're working specifically or they're also producing others. Then it can make, if they're producing others, then what we would like to have, then it can be very inefficient in economic term. So then let's move to the fungal treatment. I like this fungal treatment because most of the fungal treatment for the cellulosic material or lignocellular material are edible. It means that we can do the pre-treatment and we can also harvest the fungal, like you see here, the many different fungus here, fungi here, then you can eat it. Most of them are edible. Some of them are toxic, but most of them are edible for the white rot fungi especially. This is applied on cellulosic material, and we can do in the bioreactor, we can do the solid state fermentation. This is the preferred process for fungal treatment, but I don't want to talk very much about this. So the fungal treatment, basically, we can use the white rot fungi or soft rot fungi or brown rot fungi. But I like to use the white rot fungi because this not only destroy the cell wall structure of Black nose biomass by colonizing on the cell lamina, but most of the white rot fungi, as I said before, they are edible, so we can eat them. If you remember shiitake, if you recall shiitake or Plantinus ededes, or what do you call it, jamur kuping in Indonesia, I don't know in English, maybe shiitake, I don't know, and also champignon and others, they are white rot fungi. You can use, but the other some of the brown rot fungi it is edible, but it's not recommended for eating. So you see here, one of the most well-known of white rot fungi is this should be in italic, Phanerochaeta chrysosporium, beside Basidomyces, Trichoderma, and others that can be used in this in our society. But today I would like to use different. In the last presentation, I would like to use only Pleontenus ostreatus here, Pleoretus ostreatus. We see different kind of fungi from Aspergillus, mostly toxic, and also Ganoderma. This is a very big one. You can see it in the tree, especially in the humid area, or in the December or January in the forest. But the others are very nice. Look, this is a mycelia of those very different things. So let's move to. I just want to show different time, but I'm afraid the time is not enough here. So biological degradation of lignocymia is a complex process where many variables are involved, such as culture conditions, cultivation time, fungal strains, enzyme produced, and action mechanism of fungal degradation. And it's a slow energy demand and mild environmental condition, basically room temperature, only with the humid. However, most of these processes are too time consuming. This is the disadvantages of using this, and the application at the industrial level is not in favor. Despite this, the advantages, the major issue is the long incubation period needed. Hence, selection of highly effective lignin degraders is very worthwhile. Specifically, I want to emphasize here the lignin degraders, because we don't want to have, mostly we would like to have cellulose rather than lignin. But if you want to have lignin, then this is a different story. And how about the enzymatic pretreatment? The class basidiomycins are known to be responsible for the lignation of wood through the production of lignin-modifying enzyme of ligninase. Ligninase are considered to be the key enzyme for biological pretreatment. This group of enzymes is composed of lignin peroxidase, manganese peroxidase, and lacase. These are the most three important. Basically, the ligninase are a group consists of these three group with this number of enzyme codes. And lignin peroxidase is a heme-containing enzyme responsible for oxidizing non-phenolic part of lignin, while manganese peroxidase catalyzes the oxidation of phenolic part in the presence of mangan. Lacase is a copper-containing enzyme that catalyzes one electron oxidation of aromatic amines and phenolic compounds, including the phenolic structure of lignin. So I jumped this. This is how it works. Lignin peroxidase, lacase, and manganese peroxidase, and goes into biomass and lignin degradation, and we end up with the pretreated biomass that is ready to the next work. So there are a lot of factors affecting the biological pretreatment, such as moisture condition. This is fortunately this is very good in Indonesia. Fungi need high moisture content, and the pH and temperature is perfect in Indonesia. Mild acidic condition ranging from 4 to 6. Fungi perform at Indonesian temperature, while bacterial pretreatment was done at 37. So fungal is more favorable. We can use also bacterial pretreatment, but it's not preferable. The incubation time is between 7 to 42 days. The pretreatment using bacteria was faster than fungi, but because we need higher, then we have to trade off between this condition. And there are cultivation conditions carried out mostly with solid state fermentation. Now I'm going to the second part of the last part of my presentation. This is the lignin decomposition of oil palm frond by Pleurotus ostreatus with a variation of corn and rice husk media. We use also the palm frond here. This is what it looks like with the Pleurotus ostreatus, the nice name, and nice also because it is edible. This is the work of my friends in the University of Indonesia, Brin and Levigas, and with the Thailand. This is the frond. This is a part of palm oil. This is the frond. Okay, so I have to move. Yeah, this study aims to observe the effect of differences in the addition of corn and rice husk on lignin reduction of the palm oil frond. So this is how it looks in our laboratory. Basically, our work is the size reduction of this oil palm frond or OPF. Sorry, why done this? This is we cut the palm oil frond into small pieces, and this is how it looks after the further graining. So we do the lignin cellulose analysis. It's not important today because we know a lot about this already. And we do the inoculation of palm of Pleurotus ostreatus in PDA medium. We call it F0, F1 is in corn medium, and this is the then we do the analysis. This is how it looks in the composition. Different sample codes and different medium. This is the addition. This is the medium, the basic substrate where the Pleurotus ostreatus got its carbon for its backbone. This is how it looks, the appearance of the early growth of Pleurotus ostreatus on a mixed medium consisting of 20 grams of oil palm frond and variation of corn husk, calcium carbonate, and the rest of potato dextrosega. Before growth, this is before growth, day 1, day 0, day 7, this is day 7, and this is day 7 with the medium without corn. So the lignin content are after decomposition by Pleurotus ostreatus. It is in most samples they are degraded, but you can see here the same scale here. The gradation in the B composition, the husk composition is better. It means that they love the husk composition, but this is the lignin composition is still a bit higher than, but both are very good. And the cellulose content after the composition are increasing. Actually, it doesn't make sense, the cellulose increasing. But remember, this is the percentage. So the cellulose might be the same or a little bit decomposed by this microorganism, by Pleurotus ostreatus, but fortunately, this ostreatus are taking only mostly the lignin, so the cellulose content is then the percentage is higher in both cases. So with this, I would like to conclude that the addition of corn will increase the growth of Pleurotus ostreatus in the presence of corn substrate, as corn is favorable for the growth of this fungi. However, the increase in the growth was not accompanied by the decrease in lignin. So it's nice to have corn, but it doesn't favor the degradation of the lignin. This is what we don't want to have. So the addition will also increase costs. So the recommended medium for further result from this research is the main composition of OPF along with husk and calcium carbonate. So with this, I would like to thank you. I just want to show you the moderator also have said that this is already published, so this is not expected, but it's already published in January by Wiley, by Refinery of Oil Producing Plants for Value-Added Products. And there are a lot of stories about using this method, what I just mentioned before. And with this, I would like to say terima kasih in Bengkulu words. Thank you very much. I give it the floor to the moderators, to the moderator.
Thank you very much, Professor Mistry Gozan, for giving us such informative and interesting presentation regarding fungal and enzymatic pretreatment of oil palm solid waste. ladies and gentlemen, now come to the question and answer session. I'd like to invite 3 questioners from the presenters or participants. You can raise your hands so I can see you from the Zoom screen, or you can type your questions in the Zoom box and refill your questions so I can read it and deliver it to the Professor Goza.
If you like, I accept Indonesian language. But of course, this is international, but it doesn't matter for me.
Okay, Prof. We are still waiting for the questions, yeah. But from your presentations, as the person, yeah, who doesn't really know about the oil palm, yeah, honestly, or frankly.
No problem.
Could you please explain the difference between your research and biomass oil palm?
Okay.
If correct me if I'm wrong, Prof.
Yeah, I understand what you mean. If I'm not mistaken, you are asking about what is the difference between other biomass biomass and general biomass and oil palm biomass. Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah, that's my point.
Okay, I got it. Biomass consists of lignin, cellulose, and hemicellulose. Lignin is basically a polymer of aromatics, and this is a general, the biomass, all general. Lignin, which is a polymer of aromatics, cellulose, which is a polymer of hexose or C6, if you still remember the chemistry, C6 or C6. Glucose or sucrose, for example, and the hemicellulose is the rest. Hemicellulose is basically the polymer of pentose or C5. So these 3 consist make the most of the biomass. The rest is just minerals. If you biomass differs in each other in the composition of these 3, the bigger the lignin composition, it can make the hard wood. The less of the composition, the lignin composition, it can make soft wood. For example, if you take the stem of the wood or oak tree or jati, pohon jati, or anything that is very hard, it is contain a lot of lignin. But if you take the palm oil, now I move to the palm oil composition, the lignin is about 20% to 20 to 22 or 20, but the cellulose can have about 48%. So this high cellulose is very in favor. It's very good for the business, chemical industries. Why? Because this, as I mentioned before, the polymer of glucose or hexose can be decomposed into C6, into sugars. And from sugars, it is very easy for the chemical industries to make other chemical, value-added chemical, high price of chemicals. For example, we can produce the ethanol, we can produce the lactic acid, or maybe polylactic acid, or bioplastic. We can do polyhydroxy, we can do ethylene, etc. Then, so palm oil biomass is very good for Indonesia in terms of chemical industries, but others, because they have less cellulose, they are not although they are easy to take or to separate between the cellulose and, but they're not easy to gather. The collecting is the problem. But the palm oil industries automatically collect their solid waste. So it's very good for industries. I hope I can answer your question and increase your generosity.
Thank you very much. That's so clear and also complete. Yeah. Next questions is coming from Mr. or Ms. Firlia from Institut Teknologi Bandung. Prof. His or her questions is, what percentage of the economic value obtained by using this method?
Okay, thank you much. This is a very interesting question. I like this question very much because most of the driving force for the industry is the money, right? The economic in the softer word. So, but it is not easy to answer your question, Frilia, because there are a lot of choices that we can have. So to answer your question, let's have the same ground that we have to choose the highest one. For example, this enzyme itself can be produced from the palm oil waste. For example, cellulose can, if we will do it correctly, then we can do this production of cellulase. Cellulase is a very high added value. It can the price is almost 2 million rupiahs per 100 gram. It can be higher than that. 100 gram. You can imagine how Novozymes and Genencor are very good in this. And if we can produce it out of solid waste, it can be very economically advantageous. I have a paper of that, but of course there are a lot of things to do, to consider. For example, the pretreatment itself can have very high costs. It is costly. But if we choose, for example, the other one, furfural, that I'm doing it now, furfural, the price is very high. For example, it's about $2,000 per ton out of only $37 the raw material per ton. So it's very high. Of course, there are a lot of chemicals that we have to do in the middle, not only biological pretreatment, but also we can do the hydrolysis with chemicals. But then if you're interested, I can show you some of my, I can send you some of my papers. I'm not having it in my mind. The NPV is still very positive. The payback period is less than 5 years. The internal rate of return is between 25 to 35. So they are theoretically they are very economically feasible. So I can say like that. But of course, I can show you also some of the industries in the world. I said already about the enzyme producer, but I can say also about the chemical producers such as Biofine in Europe. There's also some others in Asian countries, but Biofine, I think, is the biggest chemical industries using this cellulosic materials. I hope this answers your question.
Okay, Mr. or Ms. Firlia from Institut Teknologi Bandung, if you have any response.
Okay, just one thing. If you like to learn more, you can see my book, our book in the chapter 34, 33, and 34. These chapters are discussing about this economic and benefits and how we choose the techno-economic aspects. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Prof, for your explanation. I think it's clear. Maybe I will read your books someday. Okay, thank you.
So we still have approximately 3 minutes. So if there is another questions, you are welcome. Just our last questioner before the session of Professor Gozan's ends. Anybody? All right, so Professor Gozan, may I ask you one more question?
No problem at all.
So in terms of your research, what's, yeah, my very simple question is, what's next? After doing this research, so what's next?
Okay, thank you. This is also a very interesting question because biological pretreatment is costly, right? It is costly not because of the materials it used, but because of the time, because it takes a lot of time. So the first part is how to solve this problem. To take this to overcome this time limitation, we can do the cooperation with the farmer. So we don't do. I recommend not doing this biological pretreatment in the industry, but doing this industry alone. I mean, I recommend this to do with the farmer, cooperation with the farmer. We make the log bag. We give the log bag containing the oil palm waste with other mediums, and we give it to the. We rent it, or we sell it, or we give it we borrow it to the farmers so they can cultivate the white rot fungi. They can sell it, then they can make money out of it. After 2-3 times of the harvesting, then we take it back, take the log back to us, to the medium to us. To process it, because then we have the lignin is already decreasing, then we can do the economical processing, the business processing. But of course, this has not been studied yet. The second thing is to do it in our own industries, but then we have to have not only one chemical industries, but we have also to have the food industries. This is something that is rather difficult for industries because there are two different things. Otherwise, the economic calculation will be very high because we have to wait for the time of the pretreatment. This is what my suggestions in the future. A lot of things to learn, a lot of things to research, and I in my group are very open to collaboration with this. Myself, I'm collaborating with Malaysia, UPM, and also with Kasetsart University.
Okay, that's great, Prof. So now let me to conclude what we already have in this session, Prof, from your explanation, of course. So, ladies and gentlemen, these presentations examine several available technologies for the biological pretreatment of oil palm solid waste, including fungal and enzymatic pretreatments, as the greener approach for preparing the lignocellulosic materials for the primary fermentation or processes. However, like stated by Professor Gozans, the methods of research itself require high energy, corrosion resistance, high pressure reactor, and extensive washing to increase the pretreatment costs. Chemical pretreatment of lignocellulosic biomass often releases toxic substances which might affect downstream processes such as microbial fermentation. So therefore, it needs to detoxify the effluent before being released into the environment. So once again, thank you very much, Professor Gozan, for giving us informative presentation. So hopefully it will add to some things valuable to our education, especially chemistry or chemical discipline. So hopefully you are keep healthy, Prof, and success in your further research. Thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we move into our third keynote speakers. I will invite Associate Professor Diogenes. Correct me if I'm wrong, if I mispronouncing your name, Prof.
It's Johannes.
Pasqua. Diogenes.
Yeah,
Diogenes. Okay. Associate Professor Diogenes Pasqua. Let me read a little bit about your resume, Prof. Okay. Professor Diogenes Armando Pasqua, he graduate. Now he is a candidate of Doctor of Engineering. Yeah, and Associate Professor Diogenes Armando, specialty are microcontrollers and also embedded systems, robotics, and computer languages. And so many competencies he has, and include electronics design automation, digital electronics, computer-aided design, electronics laboratory tests and measurements, design thinking, and entrepreneurship. Associate Professor Diogenes is candidate Doctor of Engineering in University of San Carlos, Calamba Technological Center, Cebu City, and with dissertation title Wireless Sensor Networks in the Marine Environment Design, Analysis and Practical Applications from 2016 until present. And for the research undertakings by him, Professor Diogenes has Parrot FishNet development of a wireless sensor network for marine protected area, automated intruder detection using sonar signals and artificial intelligence. Yeah, and also his project is from 2017 until present. And also from Parrot FishNet local vessel monitoring system, VMS, development of a radio frequency based fisherman detection system using both latent location transponder and network aggregator buoy, in development with partnership with the local government unit of El Salvador City. And he was a winner champion in 2020. Also, wireless sensor networks in the marine environment design, analysis, and practical application. Case study 1. Simulation, analysis, and physical implementation of a Wi-Fi-based wireless sensor network with application in marine temperature acquisition. Case study 2. Temperature profiling of a marine protected area using Wi-Fi-based wireless sensor. And case study 3, power and energy optimization strategies of a wireless sensor network for 2D spatio-temporal temperature profiling in marine environments. And it's categorized as Best Paper Presenter Awardee, yeah, in 2019. And so on, so many research papers already produced by Professor Diogenes. Yeah? So, IT, okay, it's all information I can deliver to the audience here. Now, for more or less 30 minutes, Professor, you will present your paper entitled, if I'm not mistaken, Into the Blue, Developing Technologies for the Blue Economy. Wow, this is very, very interesting title, yeah?
Yeah.
So, Professor Diogenes, the floor is yours.
Okay. So let me just share my screen. Okay. And we can see. There you go. Okay. So I hope you can see my screen, right? Okay. So thank you very much for the nice introduction. It's truly an honor to be here in the 4th International Conference on Green Energy and Environment, which is the ICOG. So my topic will be Into the Blue, Developing Technologies for the Blue Economy. Thank you very much for introducing me. And if you have seen in my resume, I have developed lots and lots of electronic devices and also embedded systems. But lately, I fell in love with the marine environment. So that's why I'm now more into the development of blue technologies. Wireless sensor networks, embedded systems, and other devices that is in support of the blue economy, particularly in the sustainability and economic part. So, as a big quick background, of course, I am an educator and researcher who loves tech and innovation. So I go to a lot of conventions and innovation. I even join innovation contests. I pitch the ideas, and through these different forums, I have garnered grants and awards wherein I use that seed money in order to develop the hardware of most of my projects. So to make the long story short, I'm into embedded systems and robotics before, and still now. But in 2017, I've been introduced to the marine space, particularly in my work in my PhD. And what that part has been the turning point in my career as a researcher, because I have seen the importance of the blue economy, which is our ocean. So beyond fish and ships, our oceans provide us with a lot of things, such as climate regulation, and the air we breathe is around 50% of that is coming from the sea. That is also blue carbons could be is what we call the removal of carbon dioxide from the environment done by the ocean. So the ocean is actually the largest, arguably the largest carbon sink in the world. So if you just leave the ocean alone, it could actually mitigate climate change. So it also gives us shoreline protection and of course the power of the sea, which is ocean energy, such as offshore power. And aside from this, of course, we depend our food and livelihood on the seas. That means around 35 billion is being gathered from the sea for our food. And also the sea is being used for trade and transportation. It's a great maritime highway. And of course, the ocean also supports tourism and recreation. And also other benefits such as oil and gas, income, jobs, and medicines. Suffice to say that we can say that the ocean is the largest single most ecosystem that's very important in our planet. Now, when we talk about blue economy, okay, the oceans is actually a huge economic system. So according to World Bank, the blue economy is the sustainable use of ocean resources for economic growth. It could improve our livelihood and jobs while preserving the health of ocean ecosystem. So you can see the blue economy is not just economic, but also includes other factors such as livelihoods as well as preservation of ocean ecosystem. So that constitutes the word blue economy. So both economic as well as at the same time environmental and sustainability at hand. Also, the European Commission defines it as all economic activities related to ocean, seas, and coasts. It covers a wide range of interlinked established and emerging sectors. No? And aside from this, the Conservation International adds that the blue economy also includes economic benefits that may not be marketed, such as carbon storage, coastal protection, cultural values, and biodiversity. So the blue economy is actually the ocean as a huge economic system. And as a huge economic system, it also offers what we call ecosystem services. No? The Marine Environment Association succinctly defined ecosystem services as the benefits of humans derived from nature. And ocean is actually providing us with lots and lots of these marine ecosystem services. The CICES defined three types of services that the ocean gives us. One is provisioning services, like, of course, direct benefits like our food, water, minerals, and energy. Then another service that the ocean provides us is actually regulating and maintenance services, such as benefits that we have from the regulation of ecosystem processes like climate regulation, carbon sequestration, coastal protection. So that means the ocean is actually regulating the climate, as well as it is important because it actually affects every ecosystem in our planet. Suffice to say, without the ocean, our planet is dead. Then we have the cultural services, such as the non-material benefits obtained from ecosystems, such as aesthetics, recreational, psychological, and spiritual benefits. So, for example, we have the tourist spots. No? So those are examples of cultural benefits. So these three are the major services, no, that the ocean provides us. And that also will be divided into various categories, such as food provision, water storage, biotic materials, water purification, air quality, and so on and so forth. So we can see the various benefits that the blue economy provides us. However, the blue economy is experiencing a lot of threats, and we know that, no? From environmental pollution to the degradation of the biodiversity, and so on and so forth. Now, one particular threat that is experienced by the ocean is the IUU, which is the illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing. I think Indonesia is also a archipelagic country, and I think it's not only the Philippines, but also I think you are experiencing this threats in the ocean, no? Wherein it damages marine environments and corals, comprises the safety and well-being of fishers, and decreases fish stocks, reduce profits and ability to sell seafood products, which is a very huge problem. Now, 90% of our marine fisheries are fished at 93% above sustainable levels, yet seafood consumption continues to rise. And up to 25% of wild-caught fish is illegal in origin, costing the global economy at least 10 billion in a year. Now, the country's 1.7 million fisher folks are among the poorest in the Philippines due to the lack of market incentives in pursuing sustainability. So these are grave threats that is being experienced by our marine ecosystem. Therefore, there are fewer fish in the oceans than before. Compared to 1950, okay, around 87% of our fishery stocks are in collapse. Now, in order to combat all of this, of course, there are interventions such as technologies to sustainably protect and well manage the ocean. And we call that the blue technologies. No? So these are examples like drones, marine submersibles, buoys. So the use of IT technologies in order to safeguard and monitor the seas in support of the blue economy. Now, I'm going to present to you three technologies, no, that as a researcher I have developed in the past 3 years, which is a technology in support of the municipal water fishery in the Philippines. No. One is the Parrot FishNet Seamaster VMS system, and then we have the Shifttech Marine, which is the startup that we have, wherein we power the blue economy through renewable energy, and of course the Recool Smart Box, which is actually a sustainable product for fishery. So I'm going to discuss each and every one at a time, and hopefully we have the appropriate time to discuss them. No? So Parrot FishNet is a Seamaster VMS systems that we developed because the guardians of the sea in the Philippines, I think also in other countries, is we have the heroes of the seas, which are the sea wardens and small-scale fishermen. So they are the one tasked by the government to guard the oceans and the seas, no? And they actually are paid to provide these services. But for these types of fishermen, they usually have the problem of location. That means the initial question is, where am I? So whenever they are at the sea, they are actually at a loss, simply because they are as if traversing a highway without any signs compared to those in the terrestrial lands. No? So they use landmarks, okay, such as the stars and landmarks in the lights from the shore in order to navigate them. So location is one of the most crucial information one must have when you are out at the sea. And this problem of our fishermen actually is also related to certain safety, because when our fishermen capsize, they don't have any clue, as well as the ones ashore doesn't really have a clue where they are. So that rescue and operation sometimes is very difficult. So to solve this, of course, our team developed Parrotfish Net, which is location trackers that provide location data both to the fisher folks, commercial fishers, passengers, crews, law enforcers, and rescuers. So basically, this is a portable battery-operated fishing boat tracker and LoRa transceiver. No? So it's a handheld device wherein fishermen carry it in order for them to have location-based systems whenever they are in the sea. Okay, and these are the various features it has, of course. So basic features like it has an antenna, an LCD display, and it is also powered by solar panels. So we use renewable energy to charge it, so that when our fisherman is at sea, they can recharge the system. No? And all along with the other good features. No? The best or the primary feature of this is that it will give you location data wherever you are, and could be able to transmit your location also. So these are the screenshots of the info display that this prototype gives you, no? Such as a map of where you are, your location in latitude and longitude, as well as wherever you are in your location, your relative distance from the land, of course, also from relative distance from the landmarks. No? And the Parrotfish Seamaster system is not just the Seamate, which is boat laden, but it also transmits its location into our repeater buoys, which is floating near the shore, so that it could transmit its location data to the local government unit. So and this is the system operation of the Seamaster, wherein each Seamate is transmitting its data to the Seamaster buoy that will be then transmitted to the local government unit for it to monitor the location of the fisherman. So through this, the local government units can now be able to have sort of like a vessel monitoring system for our fishermen, so that they can be able to locate them. Okay, and the advantage of this is law enforcement, particularly in the protection of marine protected areas as well as overfishing, can actually be aided by this device, no? Particularly in disputes in apprehensions, for example, no? Because they now have a accurate data on the location-based system of the different sea wardens. So for more information, I have here the various YouTube links for Parrotfish Net. So of course we don't have time. So actually you can view this if you want. No? Anyway. Now the second technology that we are in support of the blue economy is the Ricoh Smart Box, which are developing what we call a smart box, which is intended for fishermen. No? Fish is considered the most accessible food in the Philippines, and I think in Southeast Asian nation also that's also quite true. No? So in the Philippines we are consuming around 40 kilograms of fish a year. Okay, and you always have the question, where did this fish come from? So if you look at the very simple fish supply chain, it comes from our fishermen to the fish vendors, then to the consumers. Now let's look at the origin of the fish. So it is actually coming from municipal fishers, which constitute around 22% of the total marine source. Okay, so it is equal to commercial fishers, and the municipal fishers, which are the small-scale fishers, are actually the most sort of like the most sustainable among all these other sectors, because they can only get what they want and as well as on their capacity. So ice and styrofoams are actually the essentials in fish trade, And fish vendors usually use ice and the boxes to store fish. Now, how do they preserve the fish? They use ice. But the problem with ice is if the fisherman brings too much ice and too little catch, it will result to low quality fish, which is over iced. No? We call that in our local dialect as luto. Whereas if fishermen bring less ice and they have a bountiful catch, that also gives a low quality fish, which is luya, no? And that means a fish with less ice. So both of this quality is not good, and it doesn't command a high or a higher price. No? Also, the problem of delivering fish to highlands, they need to carry ice, and with that, they will be able to constitute around 30 or 50% of the weight. So what they usually do is they go to the hinterlands and hope that there is an ice there. When they go to the hinterlands, they don't carry ice and hoping that in the hinterlands they can find ice, but which is not the case all the time. And the problem of ice, it has greenhouse gas emissions, okay? And an ice plant uses 200 kilowatt hours of energy, and a staggering 2.7 millions of plastic waste are generated in the Philippines each year. So our solution is Ricoh Smart Box, which is we revolutionize the standard phone box wherein we eliminate the ice in the equation. So typically, vendors use ice to preserve the fish, but what we do is we develop an iceless storage box, no? Which is using thermoelectric cooling just to chill the fish up to a temperature of about 5 degrees Celsius. So we don't use ice anymore. So that will entail greater savings for our fishermen as well as for the vendors. So currently, our design is in design optimization. We are now looking at the appropriate technology on how to optimize, no, the battery life of the system. But at this point, we'll be able to maintain up to 10 degrees of coolness, okay, temperature for around 5 hours. So in terms of competition, the Ricoh Smart Box doesn't have ice. It is much more cheaper, okay. It has constant cooling, and of course, it uses renewable energy to power it. So we are targeting the various impacts of this, so we could lessen fish wastage and reduce overfishing, reduce and eliminate the use of single-use plastics, reduce carbon emissions, and the use of renewable energy in cooling. For our social impact, we want to increase profits for small-scale fishermen, alleviate poverty, and increase the practice of sustainable fishing. Also, the research is not only on creating a technology, but we envision that this will be a sustainable business. So we are looking at refrigeration as a service, as a business model. Okay, so that is Ricoh Smart Box. And lastly, I'm going to introduce the third technology that we are developing, which is the Shiftech Marine. Okay, so Shiftech Marine is an offshoot spin-off. Actually, it's a startup which is developed in our university that we envision to power the blue economy through renewable energy. No? In order to illustrate this, no, I think we can view this video if you want to. So let me just click that one. Oh, sorry.
Excuse me, Prof. It seems that the video doesn't appear. Cannot see the video.
Okay, so sorry. I think the video is not sharing. No? Anyway, I'll just continue with the presentation. Sorry for that. Okay. Oh, yeah. Oh, so anyway, so the unsung heroes of the marine trade is actually our fishermen, no? And they are actually the poorest among the poor in the Philippines. They are earning 3,000 below a monthly poverty thresholds. And one of the things that makes them struggle is the fisherman inputs. No? So they use engine repairs, battery, light bulbs, fish hooks, and nets, and the everyday essentials such as fuel, fish storage, and ice. And one of the inputs that they have is the lead acid battery for boat lighting, because fishermen doesn't have the means to buy specialized batteries, and what's available in the market are those used for car batteries. No? And like George, which is a fisherman in our area, they need light sources in order to lure fish to the surface at night. So these lights are powered by lead acid batteries. And if they don't use efficient lighting, eventually they don't get any fish at all, and that will constitute to less income and of course less catch. No? So also the lead acid batteries has the pain of conventional charging, wherein fishermen usually go to the shore, carry the batteries, the bulky batteries, and go to these charging stations, walk few hours, and wait few hours for the battery to be recharged, and then after 5 or 6 hours pay 40 to 60 pesos, then go back to the shore again. And this is a repeated cycle every day. So it's painful for them because lead acid batteries are very bulky. And also in the price, fishermen here in the Philippines spend around 26,400 per year for 2 batteries and the recharge costs. Now for the conventional lead acid batteries, they need constant recharging, heavy, bulky, and inconvenient, and they are not fit for sea use. So because of this inefficiency, we introduce power tubes, which are actually cost-effective battery system, which is lightweight, waterproof, variable capacity models are available, then its battery level has a battery level indicator via LCD. It's rechargeable via solar panels and wind turbines, and portable and stackable. And we use stainless steel in order to make it corrosion resistant. And suffice to say, this is a battery which is really intended and designed for sea use, unlike the conventional lead acid batteries. Okay, so it is smaller in size compared to the typical lead acid batteries, as you can see in these pictures. And we have different models. Okay, the larger ones are higher capacities, and the smaller ones are of the lower capacities. And of course, they differ in price range. Now, if they have efficient lightnings, then fishermen will be able to have better catch and safety. And we also envision that the cost of pollution in lead acid batteries will be mitigated because our battery system is considered refillable, in a sense that whenever the battery is drained or end of lifetime, you can just return the battery system, and then we could replace it with a new packs of batteries. So we could mitigate the pollution being given to us by the lead acid batteries, which are usually thrown in the sea here in the Philippines. No? Okay. So those are the 3 technologies that we have developed in support of the blue economy. And in our experience, of course, developing technologies in the blue economy is not that easy, because aside from, of course, difficulty, these are the following challenges that we encounter. First, the sea is notorious for electronics such as humidity, salinity, and corrosion. And the adaptability of the technology is very, very not that large yet compared to those in the terrestrial environment. And whenever you are at sea, you lack power sources. So that's why Sustec Marine, the energy systems that we develop, we want to supply this lacking need of power in the sea. And biofouling. So I think because of shells and other marine environment, if you deploy systems like sensors to the sea, you're going to combat biofouling, which is the fouling of the devices due to bioorganism. And communication systems is limited in the sea compared to those in the land. And very few players are still in this market and is still in this ecosystem now. And we have difficulty in autonomy when you say we develop autonomous systems like sensors in the sea. You have to leave them in the sea, and of course, the sea is a very harsh environment. So usually really have to guess what is happening to your sensors or not. No? And of course, the economic viability. No? So that's still also a challenge compared to systems on land. But anyway, regardless of this challenge, we hope that our technologies will be able to be adopted by the community, not just for the sake of doing research, but also trying to innovate as well as support the livelihood of the players in the blue economy. No? So the sea is wide for innovation and research. Okay, I have here the various papers as well as published papers of my work, which is part of that is the Parrotfish Net. No? So you can view them if you want to. Okay, so you can contact me through this email, as well as if you are much interested on the ShiftTech on our technology. You can go to our webpage, which is the shifttechmarine.com. No? Wherein we could be able to discuss more on, if you want to know more on the technologies that we are developing for the marine ecosystems. So I think that's it. We are a group of researchers which is developing technologies, which are the blue technologies, in support of the blue economy. So again, thank you very much for the time, and hopefully you been presenting some. I have presented some interesting topics to the plenary body. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Professor Diogenes. Yeah, it's interesting you end your presentation with we develop smart technology for the sustainable use of our seas. Yeah, of course, I think both Indonesia and also Philippines have wide sea and also deep sea, Prof. So I think the technologies that you and your team, of course, develop will has a high contribution to develop the blue economy. Of course, it's appropriate with your title, yeah, in the very beginning your presentation, into the blue. Yeah, so it's quite interesting title, I think. So thank you so much for giving us informative and interesting presentation, Professor Diogenes. Now I open the questions and answer sessions. So of course, I hope that I can have 3 questions from the presenters or participants attending this seminar. So please, for those who wants to ask questions to Professor Diogenes, you can raise your hand and deliver your questions directly to him, or you can write your questions on the chat, Zoom chat box. Yeah, so I can read it for Professor. Okay, so when we are waiting for the questioners, Prof, from your especially smart technologies you and your team develop for the blue economy in Philippines. So yes, these smart technologies, how far the government of Philippines, how far the government of Philippines supports of the development of the blue technologies. That's my own terminology, I think, to what I get from your presentation. So how far the supports from the Philippine governments to develop the blue economy in Philippines?
Okay. Basically, we have partnerships with the local government unit, particularly the Parrotfish Network, as well as the Recool Technologies. Okay, so we are actually in partnership with the local government unit as well as the Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources. I, for one, is a scientific advisory group for our local fisheries management area, wherein my role is to recommend and develop technologies which will be used by the fisherman. No? So, for example, Parrotfish Net, this was actually supported aside from the local government. It also has private funding coming from Huawei and Globe Telecoms, the local telecom here in the Philippines, as well as support also from Oceana, which is the non-government organization, international non-government organizations that actually support sustainable fishing. Because Parrotfish Net is a system that is supposed to guard marine protected areas as well as make the livelihood of sea wardens, which guards the fishers, which guards the sea from poachers and illegal fishing. So those groups which are into this advocacy is actually supporting the technology. No? And we also have here in the Philippines the Department of Science and Technology, wherein they give grants for developments like this. No? So basically, what they really require right now is applied research with certain benefactors as well as partners in order for you to have the grants. So we can say, I think the government is very much supportive in this endeavor. But in reality, sad to say, is that illegal fishing or IUU is a very wide and large problem to really solve. It's a complex one. But we could do it one sensor at a time, or say one application at a time. No? So suffice to say, I can say that the government is very supportive in these types of endeavors, as what we have experienced with the various technologies that we've developed. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, Prof. In your presentation, you mentioned that yes, your presentation deals with the present state of the blue economy in the Philippines and neighboring regions. Neighboring regions. So my questions is, could you please elaborate the neighboring regions that also involves in the development of these smart technologies?
Mm-hmm. I'm referring to our neighbors in the Philippines, such as you know, guys in Indonesia. So I'm referring to the Southeast Asian nations, okay? Those surrounding areas. And Southeast Asian nations are actually, most of them are peninsular, just like in Indonesia and Malaysia. And I think based on the works that we have with international organizations, we mingle with the different fisher folks also in those other neighboring countries. And what we observe is that we actually have the same problems. No? Typical same problems. What we have in the Philippines is also a problem in Indonesia, and also a problem in Malaysia. So, suffice to say, this technology is not just limited to our country. We can actually cascade this to the other countries because they are actually the same. No? That's the problem with having an archipelagic countries. We have many islands to guard. Okay, knowing Indonesia is a very large archipelagic countries, and you have a very large coastlines, and you have a lot of islands. And I think your fishermen is also experiencing the challenges that we have here. So that's why our technologies is developed also not only looking at the Philippines, but also we are also, I think it's applicable also to other countries, which is in similar nature with the way the geographic structure of the Philippines is, just like in your country. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, Prof, for your insightful, of course, answers. So I hope that all participants and also presenters here can catch up your idea, and also maybe will move their interest into the blue economy. Yeah. So we have the same concerns regarding of blue economy. So I hope that the technologies you and your team develop will contribute in high contribution to your country. Yeah? And we are still, we still have time actually. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you have any questions to Professor Diogenes, I welcome you to convey your questions, yeah, to him. So, Prof, I think there is no further questions. So let me a little bit conclude what you already presented to us today. So, ladies and gentlemen, blue economy is a term in economics relating to the exploitation, preservation, and regeneration of the marine environment. Although the term has been used in different ways, it's generally understood as comprising the range of economic sectors and related policies that together determine whether the use of our ocean resources is sustainable. Please underline this. An important challenge of the blue economy is to understand and better manage the many aspects of the oceanic sustainability, ranging from sustainable fishery to ecosystem health and to pollution. So, three technologies developed by Professor Diogenes, including narrating his journey as well as the state of the adoption of the technologies to the target users. Developed technologies was gauge on the following lenses: economic viability, user desirability, as well as feasibility and sustainability. Thank you very much, Prof. Diogenes. So,
Okay. So my pleasure is mine. Thank you also to the organizing committee. Yeah.
okay. So I apologize because I wasn't aware that my microphone actually off. Yeah. So once again, thank you very much, Professor Diogenes from Philippines, for giving us informative presentation regarding his developing technologies for the blue economy. Yeah. Now we come into our last keynote speaker. It's Mr. If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Krerkiat Sasmi Monrit, yeah, from University of Technology Lana. Hello, Mr.
Hello.
Taswi Monrit.
Okay. Can you hear me? Yeah. My voice up. How about my sounds? Okay, right?
Okay. It's clear. Hello. So how can I call you?
Cricket.
Cricket. Okay,
The
Mr.
way
Mr.
you pronounce it, okay.
Yeah, because I have, frankly, I have an obstacle to pronounce people from Thailand. So I want to make sure that I pronounce your name appropriately, Mr. Cricket. Yeah. So before starting your presentation, let me read a little bit about your resume. So, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cricket graduated PhD degree in mechanical engineering, Southern Taiwan University of Science and Technology, with his thesis, high temperature proton exchange membrane fuel cell. His skills and abilities, he has a good command of English and Thai, and also he mastered Internet, Microsoft Word, Excel, PowerPoint, SolidWorks, AutoCAD, and ANSYS. Specialty area is thermal design and analysis, fuel cell, and computer design.
Recording in progress.
So, Mr. Cricket will deliver his presentation entitled The Development of Hydrogen Fuel Cell as Alternative Energy Source in Thailand. So, Mr. Cricket, you will be given 30 minutes to present your paper, research paper, and after that, continues with question and answer sessions for more or less 10 minutes. Mr. Cricket, the floor is yours.
Okay, so you can see my slides, right? Right now. The screen is okay, right? Okay. So is the screen sharing is okay, right? Okay. So I'm starting for the first part. The titles I would like to talk today is the development of hydrogen fuel cells as the alternative energy source in Thailand. So this is my name, Cricket Sasimi Vimonrit. So I'm from the Department of Mechatronics Engineering Design, Ratchamangala University of Lana, Chiang Mai, Thailand. So I'm in the northern part of Thailand. Today we talk about the 5 main contents, like small topics in the slides. So start, I will talk about the background of my work, also my workplace, also my researchers group, and then I will move to the fuel cell and hydrogen productions and the application, also conclusion. For the first thing I would like to talk is I would like to introduce my universities. So the name of my university is Ratchamangala Universities of Technology Lannas, or RMUTL, that stands for the names. So we established in 1975. So right now it's 47 years old for the university. This university that is the special university that's focused on the technology. That's we have the name of the technology in the names. And also the Ratchamangala is the name from that we we have from the kings of the Thailand. Also, we cover the northern part of Thailand. Actually, is the Lana, that means the north in Thailand. So this is the Lana name, this means the northern part. So we are in the northern part and always cover the area for the for the technology the technology things. So also we have like 6 main campus in the northern parts. So we have like Chiang Rai, Pa Nang, Phitsanulok, Chiang Mai, and Lampang. So the main campus, also the head of the campus, located in Chiang Mai. So for the university, we focus on the hand-on learning system. So we do like learning by doing things, and also we have 5 main faculties. This is the tables of the faculties, and we have like the business administrations, science and agricultural technologies, and engineering, fine arts, and also the College of Integrated Science and Technology. Also, we start from the certificate study and to the PhD levels. And for me, I'm working for the faculty which is called College of Integrated Science and Technology. This is the new generations of the faculty that we try to recruit the people who have the specialists or the potentials in many fields, and we group together into this college. And also we teach the different thing as the other faculties. We do like we improve or use the problem from the real life and also transfer into the lessons. Also for all of our university, we have like 16,000 students. It's not quite a lot, but also it's okay for the technology universities. Okay, so this is the one of the this is the College of Integrated Science and Technology, which is I'm working for, and also it is my workplace over here. This is the new campus that far away from the city, is about 30 minutes, and also we locate near to the higher mountains, and you can see in the pictures on the left hand side. This is our campus, and also I have a trees, which is we locate near the forest. Also, the name is we can call this, the short name is CSET. This is the short name of this college. Also, we have 5 main courses in this campus. 2 bachelor degree, which is mechatronic engineering, and food productions and innovation engineering. For vocational education program, we have 3 vocational programs, which is pre-engineering, pre-business, and pre-architecture. So this is the only one university, also one courses in Thailand. We have some of the pre-engineering. Normally, we have like the high school system, and also we have the new thing like a pre-engineering. We study like a high school class, the vocational systems. This is the special things we have in our college. For me, I'm teaching in the mechatronics. So the mechatronics engineering, we will use the 4 systems, like 4 majors combined together to be the mechatronics. It's like computer, mechanical, control, which is also including the electrical and electronics. So we combine the 4 together into mechatronics. And the thing if we talk about the mechatronics, we will think about the robot, because the robot consists of all of the knowledge from this For here, this is our students. We have like the yearly plan to join the competitions. Every year we will build up some robot depend on the topics that we have, and also go to join the competitions. Right here is like the rugby, football. This one the kicker. Also, this is the river robot. This robot will kick the rugby, the football, and then this robot will catch that ball and also send to another part. This is the one. Also, this year, the recent years, we do the agricultural robot, and also these two group of the students we build up the robot. And this above over here is like the robot that can walk through the farm, because we have some problem with the farm. Also, we use the camera to analyze what the problem of the plants they have. And also this one is for harvesting the tomatoes. This is the special topics we have to this year. This robot will use also the same as that one. We use the camera to detect the tomato that can harvest. Also that is automatically detects and pick up the good tomatoes into the basket over here. Also, the student do something like this in our mechatronics engineering department. So we also focus on the hand-on system. We have like a 3+1 program. It's 3 years in campus and also 1 year in company, and also do the engineering projects in the company as well. For the this college, also we have the clean energy system research units. This is the one of our researchers units, and you can see here over the top. Over here is a solar cells panel. We have like a 22 kilowatts on the top over here. We also have the PV charging stations over here. For the research topic, we focus is about the energy. So based on the knowledge we have from the research people in our unit. So we have like an energy policy, PV applications, also electric safety, or many things. That is all we do in our research unit. The one is we focus. And the main focus now, right? We go to the renewable energy, because it's in the trend in Thailand. We also have the problem with this one, and also my field and from the PhD also is about the renewable energy, which consists of the hydrogens. It is the thing we do. We try to apply our knowledge to the real life of the people, and also we cooperate with the Royal Projects Foundation, which is the foundation that built up from the clinics. Also, we have the EGAT. This is the electric companies in our country. We see the government companies also. And the first one I would like to introduce the Hue Ta village. Hue Ta village is a village that located in the back of the dams. This is the Sirikit Dam. You can see here the blue one is the water. So this is the big dam in Thailand. And also we have a village over here, and you can see that the white line here is the road. So the only way to reach that village, only one way, that by using boat. Okay, we go to the boat from over here to that village. So that means they have no electricity system in this area. So we try to do some research, also engineering, to improve their daily life. So we build up the diesel generators and also provide electricity for the people in the village. There are 150 families in this village. So we can now provide the electricity for like a 6 hour, two period of the time. The first one is about 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. This is the school time for the children that they have to teach, and also they have to learn some computer skill or something like that. The electricity is important thing to process this. So we try to provide the electricity to this time for the school time, and also from this is for the family time is from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. Okay, this is the problem right now. We have like we have to spend like 5,000 US per month for the diesel fuels. So right now we try to improve the and also try to reduce the cost of the diesel fuels by using the solar cells. Also another way we can do. And the next one, similar to the first one, is the Kronglea village. Also, this village also in the back sides of the dam or the water reservoirs. Also, we work with the EGAT, with our electricity generations in Thailand, the government companies. And this is a royal project also. Right now we have 2 power sources in this period. We call like the diesel engine. This is the diesel generator. And also we have the hydro power generators. Also, this is the one we have like the small pool in between the mountains, and then we connect the pipe into this the pool and also draw some water to generate the power. So this is the one of the diagram we can see here. This is the pool over here, and this is our power plant. This is the hydro power plant. We can generate like 50 kilowatts for this kind of power generators. And the head over here is about almost 90 meters. Okay, this is the one we do. And in the futures, right now we are processing. We use the 30 kilowatt solar cells plus 200 kilowatt hour batteries. This is for replace the hydro the diesel fuels on diesel engines for this. Also in the future plan, we also do the fuel cells with the 20 kilowatt, and also the battery. Also we visit the future plan we do in this village. So why we focus in this part, because we try to replace the diesel engines, because that costs a lot. As I say, 5,000 USD per month. We have to spend the money from the government. So they try to replace or find a new power source that can reduce the cost of the diesel fuels. Okay, in our research also work on the EV and wireless charging. This is the one we have done the high wireless charging. This is the 10 kilowatt wireless charging. We do the coils and also transfer the energy from the coil to the coil that located in the bottom part of the car. And also we can do it, but there are a lot of the problem we have to solve, such as the temperatures, because this one is like the closed encapsulate device because we install the wireless charging device under the top under the bottom of the car. So this means it should be like a waterproof systems over here. For that means the waterproof, that means also no any air can pass through this device. So this is the problem right now we have, and we need to do some the thermostat in to solve this problem over here. And also we do the module that convert the ICE engines, the combustion engine to the EV engines. So we replace the motor and also the batteries inside the car, and also change the power source of the car from the gasoline into the electricity. Also, this car also do like a V2G mode that can supply also we can charge the car by the electricity and also provide the car. So the V2B that has like a two-way power we can transfer. Also, right here, I would like to introduce the fuel cell, because right now we plan to do these functions of the power source, which is the fuel cells. And also I would like to introduce the fuel cell first. For the thing why we are focusing on the fuel cell, because right now we have the problem is about the fossil fuel. Also right now we use like a 85.5%. Also the energy is from fossil energy. So in the graph over here, we can see the renewable energy is the one we have the trend, is the positive trend over here, and the green lines. We try to replace the renewable energy from the fossil energy. So because the fossil energy, they provide the combustions emission gas like CO2. The CO2 will make, as we know, the CO2 will generate also the effects of the global warming. And you can see the graph over here. The increasing of carbon dioxide effects to the temperatures of the global temperatures. You can see the trend over here. And in the future also, if we cannot reduce the amount of the carbon dioxide emissions, we will have like the global warming crisis. And this is the one we go to research and also focus on the green energies. This is the fuel cells diagram operations. For the fuel cell, we use the hydrogens as a fuse and supply to the device. This is the device of the fuel cell device. The hydrogens and also the oxygen. Actually, the oxygen we can use the air as well. We supply the air and the oxygen. We supply the air and the hydrogen into the cell, and this device on the fuel cell device will generate the electricity. So three products from the fuel cell, which is one is H2O, which we know as water. Next is the heat. The heat is from the chemical reaction inside the cell, and also electricity. So this means, if you can see here, there is no any emission gas from this device. So this is the green energy device we can do, and we can replace to another like a fossil energy device. For the fuel cell, we have like four types of the fuel cell. The first one is PEMFC. I would like to introduce like the temperatures, which is the temperature. The working temperature is about like 40 to 200. For another another type of the fuel cells. We can see the operating temperature is 600 until like 1,000, which is a bit high. It's not suitable for the village we plan to do. So we focus on the PMFC over here. This is the operating temperatures. Actually, the PMFC, there are two kinds of the PMFC, which is divided from the working temperatures. The first one is a low temperature one. Is the working temperature is 40 to 80 degrees Celsius. And the high temperature one, the working temperature is about 120 to 200 Celsius. So actually we focus on the low temperature, the low temperature PMFC one, which the working temperature is around 60 degrees Celsius. So it's safe for the village as well. This is the one we focus. And also the fuels, we also use the hydrogen, which is the hydrogen is also the problem that we need to supply to the village, because we want to generate the power, the electricity from the fuel cell. We need to use the hydrogen as well. I will talk for the hydrogen productions after this part. And also, this is the insides of the fuel cell. There are many like the component inside the fuel cells. Also, we have to study, and this is the background I study in my PhD field. Right here is the fuel cell stack we use in the. There are many kinds of the fuel cells. We can see it depends on your design. You can design your own stack. Also, you can buy from the company they do up for you, but the price is a bit high. So for this stack, also we plan to do ourselves by using something like these figures. We have to connect many pipes into the cells to supply the hydrogen and also the air into the cells. It is the one. So for the cooling thing, we can use also, because we need to maintain the working temperature of the cell. So we can do like the fluid cooling system, also the air. We can also install the fan and blow the air. The air will control the temperatures and release the heat out to control the optimal temperatures. This is the flow charts of the fuel cell system. Well, actually, we have like a 3 subsystems in the fuel cell stack. We have the cooling system, and we can, as I said, we have the air cooling and also the liquid cooling. You can use both, depend on the size of your stack. Also, the hydrogen subsystem, that means the hydrogen supply system. We need to consist of this one, because we need to supply the hydrogen as the fuel. And also the air, so we can use the air. Normally for these subsystem, we also use we only use the pump or the compressor that pump the air into the cell. And also also another control system we can do, like to control the flow rate inside the cell, and also the safety system. Also we need to consider. Okay, right now we can see here the hydrogen system. This is the problem we have right now. This is the crisis system. We need to think if we want to install the fuel cell into this village, because how can we find the hydrogens that are enough to the fuel cell we can generate the cities. Okay, right here is the hydrogen production, because the hydrogen is
a key that we can do first before we install the fuel cell into this village? Actually, I would like to.
Rekia,
Yes.
sorry for interrupting. Your time remains 5 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. I will try to wrap up. So we focus on the green energies. We call it the green hydrogens. We will generate the hydrogens from the renewable electricity. For this one, this is the one we are considering. So right here, the hydrogen production we can generate by using the electricity from the wind, also the solar panels on the solar cell. And this one we generate electricity and then transfer to the electrolyzers, and then we will have the hydrogen and storage in the tank and supply the hydrogen into the fuel cells. We can see over here also the diagram. We generate electricity from this, and also the thing we need to use is the water. Also in this village we have enough water to create or to generate the hydrogens. And the wind or the solar cells. Right now we have the choice, the solar cells that we install into this village. A part of the solar cell will generate the electricity and provide to the electrolyzers, and then go to the produce the hydrogens and contain the hydrogen in this tank. And this is the part we design right now. Another thing is the ammonia. So because another choice, we can have like we use the waters and the nitrogens and build up the ammonia to this one, and then we storage the ammonia in the tank. And then if we want to use the hydrogen, we will convert the ammonia into the hydrogen into another process we can do right here. This is the chemical reaction we can see from the ammonia into the hydrogen. We can have we can do like this. This is the cost of the hydrogens. You can see like the ammonia cracking is a bit cheaper than the water electrolysis, but there are many steps. We need to convert the ammonia into the hydrogen, so this is a lot of loss in the efficiencies of the conversions. For the application we can do right now, if we can build up the hydrogen. So this is the one we can have like a FCEV in Thailand. Also in this the house in Thailand, this is the pilot house in Thailand. They can use the hydrogens as a power source in their house, and also the power generator over here. So in Thailand also we have some good news from the government that they have announced some policies that about net zero carbon emissions by 2065. We have to do some follow the policy here, and also about the increasing of the solar cells. Also, these two also support our project, that we can have the chance to build up the bigger system on this village. For the conclusion, I think the hydrogen industry in Thailand have a lot of the potentials, but we have to scale up the size, and also the performance, and also the government support is important things. For this one right now, we use the electrolysis that use the electricities and also the water to build up or generate the hydrogens. For the remote area that we have the combination. This is right now we have the best combination of our project is that electrolysis, hydrogens, and also use the fuel cell in the future. This is our work right now. And so thank you for your attention. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Rekiat, for your insightful information regarding, if I'm not mistaken, green hydrogen. Yeah. So I invite presenters or participants who wants to ask to Mr. Kerkiat
Okay, thank you.
regarding his topics, you can raise your hand or write your questions on the Zoom chat box. All right, we are still waiting for the questioners, Mr. Kerkiat, but let me start one questions.
Okay.
How to differentiate between gray hydrogen and green hydrogen, Mr. Because you mentioned those terminologies.
This
both.
right. The thing that difference in between the gray hydrogen and the green hydrogen is the thing that is the productions of the process. For the gray hydrogens, we use the natural gas as the power source, and also they emit some of the greenhouse gas like the CO2 or many kind of the gases. For the green hydrogen, we use the water and also the electricity. That means there's no any greenhouse gas emitted from the process. So this one we call it the green one. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Okay, so that's the difference between gray and green hydrogen. Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you have any questions, you may deliver to us or to me so I can read your questions. Mr. Rekiat?
Yes.
I wonder what happened if the use of hydrogens on a massive scale.
If we want to use the hydrogen system, I would call that the hydrogen system, which is the hydrogen production system and also the fuel cell system that combine together. We have to design, because as we know, the hydrogen is the how to say that this is the first in the chemical periodics, right? This is the lightest one in the lightest chemical thing in our earth. They have they have no smell, also no colors. We can detect if we have the leakage. So for view after the hydrogen system, we need to consider about the safety first, because we don't know anything if we have like the leakage in the tank, also the system that produce in such as the fuel cells, also maybe some like the leakage from the hydrogen. This is the one of the key is the safety we have to consider. And also right now, for the big system, the price is a bit high because this is a new technology that we cannot reach to the economy scale. If we can build up this to the economy scale, so the price will going down, and we can use the fuel cell in our home or something like that.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Kraftia, for answering the questions. So, ladies and gentlemen,
thank you so much.
Are there any questions to Mr. Kraftia regarding his topics? Green hydrogen.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Ferkiat, maybe this is the last questions, yeah?
Okay.
Do you think that green hydrogens can store energy? Big energy.
Okay. So the question is, do you think that hydrogen can store energies, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. I have been used the hydrogen fuel cell many years, so I can confirm that we can store the energy, but we have to think the system with each the storage systems. There are many kinds of the storage we can use, like the nano cell tube. We can store the hydrogen in this type of material. Also, the metal hydride tank. This one will convert the hydrogen from like the gas into the solid conditions. This is also another storage thing we have to research and also improve the performance, because if we storage and then we convert into from the intake, also the out, we have big losses in this process. We have to improve this, but I'm sure we can use about the hydrogen energy in the future. Thank you for the question.
Okay, thank you for answering the questions, yeah, Mr. Felix. So if there is no question, I think we are nearly coming to the end of our plenary session. But before that, yeah, I'd like to say once again, thank you to Mr. Ferkiat for sharing his idea and also his insight regarding the development of green hydrogen in Thailand. Yeah, hopefully next project will be achieved well and also can contribute more to the country. Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Ferkiat. So, ladies and gentlemen, we finally come to the end of this plenary sessions. I'd like to thank to all keynote speakers for the informative and interesting presentation, and all the participants for the active participation. Finally, I'd like to say, please give the applause for all our keynote speakers today and for you all. So this is my valuable experience that I could accompany all of you, and thank you so much for giving me this chance, and I hope that I can see you in another opportunity and also in the next seminar or any conference. So the time now, I'm off and I will give back to our Masters of Ceremony. Thank you and see you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now this is the right time for us Okay, thank you so much for Mr. Bob to lead the conference for the plenary sessions. And also thank you so much for the keynote speakers for the insightful thoughts. We're pretty sure that there are a lot of things that we can learn from the materials that we have today.
So, ladies and gentlemen, before we close the opening session today, let's have a photo session together. Therefore, we kindly ask all of the participants to activate the camera and give your best pose and smiles. The operators, are you ready? So we have 3 slides. First slides, 1, 2, 3. There's the second slide, please. Second slide, get ready. We're still waiting for participants to activate the camera. Okay, second slides. 3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the end of our opening session today. After this, there will be a parallel session at 1 p.m., which will be done through breakout rooms and assisted by the moderators.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to say thank you so much for your attendance and participation in this event, for sure. We wish you a pleasant and enjoyable conference. I am Dini Wulansari and my partner,
Sandi Ferianda.
See you again in the next sessions. Salam sapa, salam beri, pembuka langkah kembangkan diri. Semangat pagi dan selamat mengikuti kegiatan ICOGI dan SNPPM 2022 ini. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Budaya Bangka, budaya Melayu, Islam ke Cina, bersatu padu dalam ikatan rumpun Melayu. Hai Zapin Melayu, kami nak cuba merangkai kata dalam nyanyian Zapin Melayu dipersembahkan. budaya Bangka, budaya Melayu, Islam ke Cina. Bersatu padu, bersatu padu dalam ikatan rukun Melayu. Hai Zapin Melayu, kami nak nyuba merangkai kata dalam nyanyian Zapin, nyanyian Zapin, Zapin Melayu persembahkan. Bangka Belitung pulaunya indah mempesona, objek wisata ada di mana-mana, hasil buminya melimpah ruah, hasil lautnya tiada terkira. Marilah datang ke negeri kami, sayang negeri bernama serumpun sebalai. Silakan datang ke negeri kami, sayang negerilah kami serumpun sebalai. Bangka Belitung pulaunya indah mempesona, objek wisata ada di mana-mana, hasil buminya melimpah ruah, hasil lautnya tiada terkira. Marilah datang ke negeri kami, sayang negeri bernama serumpun sebalai. Silakan datang ke negeri kami, sayang negerilah kami serumpun sebalai. Marilah datang ke negeri kami, sayang negeri bernama serumpun sebalai. Silakan datang ke negeri kami, sayang negerilah kami serumpun sebalai.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Wonderful Indonesia, selamat datang dan selamat berwisata ke negeri serumpun sebalai Kepulauan Bangka Belitung. Sudah saatnya bagi kita untuk maju dalam masa pandemi ini dengan tatanan kehidupan baru, new normal. Setelah kita membatasi diri dalam beberapa waktu, kini kita siap menyambut kegiatan wisata dengan kami siap menyambut tourism new normal berlandaskan 3 isu, bersih, sehat, dan aman. Dengan protokol kesehatan di setiap tempat wisata di seluruh wilayah bubble. Ayo berkunjung ke Bangka Belitung, wonderful Indonesia. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Saat ini kita menyadari bahwa kondisi saat ini untuk sektor pariwisata lebih baik dengan kebijakan pemerintah, yaitu new normal. Pemerintah melalui kebijakannya khusus untuk sektor pariwisata sudah diterbitkan mengenai peraturan Menteri Kesehatan dengan menaungi kelembagaan pariwisata untuk katakanlah bersepakat dengan new normal ini, bersiap-siap untuk menyambut kehadiran wisatawan ke Provinsi Kepulauan Bangka Belitung.
Halo, saya Pak Muhammad Wijaya yang ingin mengajak masyarakat Indonesia untuk mengunjungi dan berwisata ke Provinsi Bangka Belitung. Kami akan menerapkan protokol kesehatan dalam menyambut dan melayani para wisatawan yang akan datang berkunjung ke Provinsi Bangka Belitung. Kedepankan kesehatan, kedepankan keamanan. Salam sehat, salam sukses.
Kami pengelola institusi
pariwisata di Bangka Belitung dan masyarakat Bangka Belitung siap dengan new normal baru sesuai dengan aturan Permenkes yang baru, bahwa dengan prinsip CHS yang baru, clean, health, healthy, dan safety, kita harapkan pariwisata kita ke depan memiliki transformasi dengan kondisi yang lebih baik.